Shalom, peace and blessings. I'm Peachtree, bringing forth today's live Shabbat class, talking about a perfect heart. The second installment of A Perfect Heart. Chief Priest did a class a few weeks ago, but this is the second installment also in this series. Last week we talked about a perfect saint, and we looked at what real perfection is and how Adam was made perfect and what this perfection actually means. Perfection doesn't mean you don't make mistakes or you have no flaws. You're not perfect when you make a drawing or something, when you construct something that has no seam in it or anything. No, that's not perfection. What we consider a perfectionist is not what the Most High calls perfect. Perfect is being one with Abba, being as he intended us to be created, being whole, complete, made like Adam is the only way a man is perfect. Let's look at Adam's creation once again in Wisdom of Solomon 2:23, Priest Gabaria.
For Abba, Yahweh, created man to be immortal and made him to be the image of his own eternity.
This is perfection. Abba created Adam to be immortal and to be an image, a reflection of Abba's own eternity, and to instill Abba's eternity and perfection upon the earth. This is how Adam was created, and this is perfection. We talked about that in the class last week, A Perfect Saint. If you haven't watched it, you need to go ahead and watch that class. The Spirit came through to bring forth a lot of depth through that class.
Powerful.
All praises. Adam was not made like us, flesh and bone. He was not. He was perfect. He did exactly what Abba told him to do to a T, until something happened. Read on.
Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death unto the world, and they that do hold of his side do find it.
Nevertheless, Satan, who was also made perfect, who rejected his perfection, was cast down in the darkness. And him being jealous of Adam's perfection, his angelic light, him being envious of it, deceived Adam and slayed him, caused him to bring forth iniquity up into the holy sanctuary in heaven, and destroyed him. And now Adam was subject unto death and made imperfect. However, we were still throughout our history given the charge to behave and act like Adam. Although you're in an imperfect body, you're in the body of a beast, an ape, and a dog. Don't act like that. Don't give in to the beastly nature. Let's look at Moses and his words in Deuteronomy 18:13, his charge that he gave to us, to the sons of Adam.
Thou shalt be perfect with the Most High, thy Abba Yahweh.
We must be perfect like Adam was. Now, we talked about being perfect and how even in the sixth covenant, it would not make you perfect. But we still had the charge to behave and act like the man who was perfect from the beginning. Let's go to Matthew 5:48 and get the same example. But before we do that, actually, let's look at that Hebrew word. Bring up that word, tamim. This is the word for perfect, tamim in Hebrew. We covered this in last week's class, how this is a plural of the word tam, which means perfect. When it talked about Job being a man who was perfect, it says he was tam in the Hebrew. And we must be perfect as well, or we must be tamim or tumim, thummim. This thummim embodies perfection, the exact will of Abba being executed on the earth. This is the word in Hebrew that we must be. We must be perfect. We must be tamim. Now, let's drop that. Let's go to Matthew 5:48. And look at the charge that the Messiah also gave us.
Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect.
All right. Be ye perfect. We have a long line of righteous men following after the example of Adam. We talked about Noah, how he was a just man in his day, perfect in his generation. We also talked about Abraham, who was perfect. Last week we also talked about Moses, who commanded the children of Israel, be perfect. And now we're looking at the Messiah, who said also, for us to be perfect. Let's look at the Greek word that was here, that we looked at earlier, teleos. This is the word for perfect. Means the exact same thing as tamim. Complete, whole, one with Abba. As man, Adam, was created. This word is what we were supposed to be. Perfect. Telios, tamim. This is how we were to behave. And we covered how the Messiah came to instill that. Let's go to Hebrews 10:1, Priest Gabaria. And if Priest Rashim, you'll get 1 Kings 8:61. Now, we talked about this last week, how the Messiah came to make us perfect again. How now we are not perfect. When Adam fell, he no longer was perfect. But the Messiah came indeed to make us perfect. Hebrews 10:1.
For the law, having a shadow of good things to come, and not the very image of the thing, can never, with those sacrifices which they offered year by year continually, make the comers thereunto perfect.
All right, so we talked about Hebrews 9 and 10. We went through that exhaustively last week. Now, make sure you watch that, especially if you're still confused about Hebrews 10, because this is a slippery slope that Paul is talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And the Christians take this and say, we don't have to give sacrifices. Moses' covenant was garbage. We don't have to do that. And it was garbage in comparison to where we're going, but it was good for those that were in it. If you read Hebrews 9 and 10, it almost makes you think that Moses' sacrifice never worked. That's not what it was. They worked, but they only worked in a small capacity. You need to get rid of the sin of breaking the Shabbat. You got spirit on you that makes you break the Shabbat. Bring your goat and burn that up on the altar. Have it carry your sin, and it will get rid of that sin. It will indeed, and it did for those brothers. They enacted it, and they got rid of the spirits of sin. They offered their oblations and atoned for their transgressions. However, it would never make them perfect. It would not atone for the transgression that Adam committed. This is what it means. You can't bring a physical sacrifice to atone for something that an angel did. It will not work. This is what Hebrews 10 is talking about. It's not saying, well, Moses' covenant did not work. That's not what it's saying. It's saying it will not work beyond its capacity. It will not make you like Adam again. Let's jump down to the 9th verse, priest.
Then said he, Lo, I come to do thy will, O Abba Yahweh. He taketh away the first, that he may establish the second, by the which we are sanctified through the offering of the body of the Messiah the Prince once and for all.
All right, once again, Paul speaks like a collegiate professor, and you need to be on a collegiate level to understand it. He's not saying the Messiah was the last sacrifice. This is not what he's saying. He's saying the Messiah consecrated this covenant, and you do a consecration once. Unless you become wicked and start breaking the covenant, you only need to do a consecration once. And the Messiah is not about to break this covenant.
Absolutely not.
He did it, and he did it once. There is no need for somebody to come back and consecrate this covenant again. Now, we do need to get consecrated. And if you break this covenant, you'll need to be consecrated again. But the Messiah did it once. He's not about to come back down and spill his blood to consecrate this covenant again. He did it once, and that's enough. And doing so, he took away the first, or he took away Moses' covenant and brought forth a better one. Read on.
And every priest standeth daily.
Jump to the 14th verse, actually.
For by one offering he has perfected forever them that are sanctified.
By that one consecration that he did, he made everything perfect. Meaning, he gave us a route and the path to be like Adam again. To be perfect like Adam was. Now, once again, to repeat what we mentioned last week, what we went through in that class, a perfect saint. That Moses' covenant cannot make atonement for Adam's wrongdoing. It can only make atonement for primal men that do primal things, for the wrong that we do. If you do something wrong, if your garment doesn't have the right border of blue on it, and you transgress, bring an offering, and it will make atonement. The Most High will forgive you for that. But you cannot bring a lamb, a goat, a ram, and burn it on a physical brazen altar and think you're going to make atonement for Adam's wrongdoing. Only the Messiah coming down this earth, sprinkling his blood that is divine in heaven, would make atonement for that divine sanctuary. that Adam profaned. That is the only way that we will be made perfect. Now, that gives us a general scope of where we're going. What do each and every one of us need to do in our chambers of imagery in the meantime? We are not yet made perfect. The Messiah paved the way for us to be perfect. What must we now individually do to be made perfect at the coming of the Messiah again? Let's go to 1 Kings 8:61. Priest Rashim.
Let your heart therefore be perfect with the Most High Abba Yahweh, to walk in his statutes and to keep his commandments as it is this day.
Now we have Solomon giving a similar charge. Let our hearts also be perfect. Let our hearts also be perfect. Now, we're going to get into this. We're going to come back to this as we close this intro and get into the main class. We're going to come back to this, let your heart be perfect, because you may think that what we went through last week, that same word to mem is going to transfer over here, and honestly, it does not. We're going to talk about what it means for our hearts to be made perfect, how the saints must operate to be perfect when the Messiah comes back. Let's jump right into this class. Once again, I'm Priest Done, bringing forth today's live Shabbat class, A Perfect Heart, Part 2. Joined today by my reader, on my right, Priest Gabaria, and on my left, Priest Rashim. Let's go ahead and start off in Ezekiel 28, and let's pick up in the 11th verse. You can go and read that, Priest Gabaria, and if Priest Rashim, you'll get the first book of Adam and Eve. Let's pick up in the 8th chapter in the first verse. Once again, we went through this Ezekiel a little bit more last week. Make sure you go and watch that class in this series, A Perfect Saint, the class we did last week, to understand this form of perfection, what Abba deems as perfection. Now, this week, we're going to talk about a perfect heart. Before we start to analyze this 1 Kings 8:61 about a perfect heart, let's analyze Adam. Adam was perfect, so his heart must have been perfect at one point. Let us furthermore examine Adam so we can continue on with this concept of perfection and bring it into our hearts, our minds. Ezekiel 28:11.
Moreover, the word of Abba Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him.
All right, once again, this is an analogy. The kings of Tyrus were rich and great, but they became wicked. And because they did not help the children of Israel in their captivity, they actually aided in bringing them into captivity. So the Heavenly Father is telling Ezekiel, bring up this lamentation, this parable to the king of Tyrus. Read on.
Thus saith Abba Yahweh, thou sealest up the sum, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty.
Now remember, we talked about this perfect here. This is not the same perfect. This is a completely different word that means more so completion. They were wholly beautiful. So this is not the subject right here, this perfect. So we're going to skip over that. Let's read on.
Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of Abba.
So this is the parable. The Heavenly Father is comparing this great city, the kings and the princes of Tyrus, as Adam, comparing him to Adam. You were in the Garden of Eden. What else?
Every precious stone was thy covering, the sardius, topaz, and diamond, and beryl, and the onyx, and jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold. The workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes were prepared in thee in the day that thou wast created.
In the day you were created, every precious stone was your covering. The sardius, topaz, diamond, beryl, all these things were your covering. Now, we're not going to go to it, but in Revelations, it tells you that these are the foundations of the temple. This is telling us that there was a temple in the Garden of Eden. It wasn't just a garden where there was cantaloupe and tomatoes growing. There was a temple in which sacrifices were given. And that temple was the covering for Adam. Let's read on.
The 14th verse. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth.
Adam was an anointed cherub. He was an angel anointed to do the work of Abba. He was consecrated to be a priest that covered all of creation. This is what the Heavenly Father made Adam to be, and he was perfect in that creation. Let's read on.
And I have set thee so. Thou was upon the holy mount of Abba Yahweh. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire.
He was in the mountains of Abba, in the house or the stones, which is eben, comes from the root word banan, to build. So a building of fire. Not a building made out of fire, but a building in which is fire. A building in which you offer oblations and sacrifices. This is a great description of Adam that we don't get from Genesis alone, at least not from the KJV translation. This was Adam being an anointed cherub in the Garden of Eden in the temple of Abba, offering sacrifices. Read on.
Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created.
This, Abba says, is perfection. When Abba made Adam, it was perfect. He was whole. He was complete. He had oneness with Abba in that temple where he was an anointed cherub offering sacrifices of oblations and worship. Read on.
Till iniquity was found in thee.
Until iniquity was found in thee. When iniquity was found in Adam, no longer was there perfection. No longer was he perfect. That perfection was ripped and taken from him. Read on.
By the multitude of thy merchandise, they have filled the midst of thee with violence, and thou hast sinned. Therefore will I cast thee as profane out of the mountains of Abba Yahweh, and I will destroy thee, O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty. Thou hast corrupted thy wisdom by reason of thy brightness. I will cast thee to the ground, and I will lay before thee kings, that they may behold thee. Thou hast defiled thy sanctuaries by the multitude of thine iniquities, by the iniquity of thy traffic. Therefore will I bring forth a fire from the midst of thee.
All right, so we see also Adam defiled that sanctuary where the Most High placed him, where he said he was perfect. Adam brought iniquity up into that holy temple. And this is why only the Messiah, who was holy and spiritual and divine, a cherub that was over Adam, could make atonement for what Adam did. Adam brought iniquity and sin all the way up to the holy tabernacle in heaven. Only the Messiah could come and make restitution for that. Not a goat that was on earth, not a ram or a lamb or an ox that dwells upon the earth. Those can only make atonement for earthly things, not spiritual, divine things like Adam. Now, let's drop that. Let's go to the first book of Adam and Eve, pick up in the 8th chapter and the first verse. We'll continue on looking at Adam's divinity and his perfection. First book of Adam and Eve, chapter 8, verse 1.
Then Adam cried and said, O Abba Yahweh, when we lived in the garden and our hearts were lifted up, we saw the angels that sang praises in heaven.
Once again, talking about Adam's perfection, the form of his perfection, how he looked, how he operated. He was an anointed cherub. He was divine. He was angelic. And said, when I dwelt in the garden, I could see angels praising. I could literally see them with my own eyes. Not these physical eyeballs I have in my eye sockets, but I could see them. I could perceive them singing praise in heaven. I could see the oblations that were going down in heaven. Read on.
But now we can't see like we used to. No, when we entered the cave, all creation became hidden from us. Then Abba Yahweh, the Most High, said to Adam, when you were under subjection to me, you had a bright nature within you. And for that reason, could you see things far away?
All right, so Abba said you had a bright nature, a nature different from carnal men. Men is dark and dingy, but Adam was bright and illuminated, operating with the Urim, that enlightenment, and the Thummim, perfection. This is how Adam operated. Read on.
But after your transgression, your bright nature was withdrawn from you, and it was not left to you to see things far away, but only near at hand, after the ability of the flesh. for it is brutish.
I took away this bright illumination and made you brutish, made you of flesh, like the primal men, made you nothing. You were once an angel, but now I will make you a man, a physical being, and you will be subject to the regulations of it. The law of physics didn't apply to Adam until he was made flesh. Physics applies to us. You throw a ball and it arcs and bounces back to the ground, gravity and all that. That law of physics applies only to carnal man, but Adam was not subject to that. He was an angel. He wanted to jump up and levitate into the sky. He could do that, just like the Messiah did, because physics only applies to those that are physical. It's literally the name. Only those that are flesh are subject to that. But Adam, in his perfection, was bright, an angel, not subject to these carnal things. Read on.
Verse 3. When Adam and Eve had heard these words from Abba Yahweh, they went their way, praising and worshiping him with a sorrowful heart. And Abba Yahweh ceased to commune with them.
All right, let's move over to the 23rd chapter of the first book of Adam and Eve. And we'll pick up in the first verse. So we, from last class and now, are seeing the image of Adam's divinity, the reflection of Abba's divinity upon Adam. When he was created, he was made perfect. Now, in his perfection, what was Adam doing? Remember, when he was in the Garden of Eden, he was perfect. But when he was taken out, he was imperfect. Let's look at what Adam was doing in his perfection, when he was perfect. First book of Adam and Eve, chapter 23, verse 1.
Then Adam cried more and said, O Abba Yahweh, have mercy on me, so far as to take on yourself that which I will do. But Abba Yahweh withdrew his word from Adam and Eve. Then Adam and Eve stood on their feet, and Adam said to Eve, strengthen yourself, and I also will strengthen myself. And she strengthened herself as Adam told her. Then Adam and Eve took stones and placed them in the shape of an altar. And they took the leaves from the trees outside the garden, with which they wiped from the face of the rock the blood they had spilled. But that which had dropped on the sand, they took together with the dust, with which it was mingled, and offered it on the altar as an offering.
All right, now Adam being made carnal, physical, is now offering physical sacrifices, taking his own blood from his body, taking these things and offering them upon an altar that he built, offering sacrifices to Abba. And what did Adam in his primal, physical, imperfect state say when he gave those sacrifices?
Verse 6. Then Adam and Eve stood under the altar and cried, thus praying to Abba Yahweh, forgive us of our trespasses and our sin, and look at us with thine eye of mercy. For when we were in the garden, our praises and our hymns went up before you without ceasing.
When we were in the garden, we did something similar. Now that we're in the flesh, we're doing a lesser version of what we used to do in the garden. Abba, please take this offering that we're offering upon an altar and make it like what we did when we were in the garden, is what Adam is saying. Read on.
Verse 7. But when we came into the strange land, pure praise was no longer ours, nor righteous prayer, nor understanding hearts, nor sweet thoughts, nor just counsels, nor long discernment, nor upright feelings. Neither is our bright nature left us, but our body is changed from the likeness in which it was at first, when we were created. Yet now look at our blood, which is offered on these stones and accepted at our hands, like the praise we used to sing to you at first when in the garden.
He said, let this offering that we've fallen into, this carnal primal state, we're going to offer offerings, Abba, and please let it be acceptable to you like when we were in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
That's showing you that when Adam was perfect, perfection wasn't just him being an angel, it was him being an anointed cherub to offer oblations and sacrifices. He was charged to do a certain thing. And all of these together made Adam perfect. He said, let this sacrifice be like the sacrifices I offered in the garden. I know I'm on earth and I'm carnal and I'm primal. I'm like a beast, but let it be like the sacrifices I gave when I was an angel, when I was in heaven. Showing you when Adam was in heaven, he wasn't just an angel that was flying around, shining bright lights everywhere. He was a priest giving sacrifices. He was a divine priest. He was similar to how the Messiah is now, a high priest forever after the order of Melchizedek to offer spiritual sacrifices. Adam was doing the same thing from the time of creation. Finish that up, and if you will get Genesis 2, Priest Gabaria, you have something you want to add on that? Okay, get Genesis 2, starting the 8th chapter.
Verse 8. Yet now look at our blood which is offered on these stones and accepted at our hands, like the praise we used to sing to you at first when in the garden. Then Adam began to make more requests of Abba Yahweh.
All right. So Adam was saying, this offering that we're giving, it is a lesser reflection of what we were doing when we were in heaven.
A shadow.
A shadow. Just like somebody else had. Make sure you watch the class from last week.
God.
Somebody else had a shadow of heavenly things. Let's go to Genesis 2 and 8 and read this, because many people read Genesis and don't have the understanding of what Adam was actually doing. I'll be willing on the city of Adam. If anybody hasn't registered for the site, make sure you do that. We're going to be going through the translation of the scriptures, because you'll start to see that the people that translated this Hebrew into English, those were the Gentiles. They didn't really know what the culture was. They were lost on a lot of things. So make sure you get the proper translation. We're just going to read it in the KJV, but we're going to talk about some of the things that you'll actually find in the translation. Let's read Genesis 2 and 8.
And Abba Yahweh planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed.
So we talked about this garden. It's not a physical place. It is a heavenly place. He planted a garden over that land of Eden, a heavenly divine place where heaven was sending forth goods and blessings upon those that were on earth. Heaven and earth were one at this moment. Everything was perfect. Let's read on.
And out of the ground made Abba Yahweh to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
So this good for food is not just to satisfy the belly. It is the sacrifices, the pleasant, delightful sacrifices, like what Adam was giving. So Adam was to give sacrifice from the tree of life. We don't have time to go through it in detail. We did several classes on that. Make sure you go and watch them, where we prove that Adam was to give sacrifices, and he was to do so from the fruit of the tree of life. This was what Adam was to eat of. But there was a sacrifice for carnal men on earth called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That was not for Adam to eat of. It was for sacrifice, just not for the angelic being of Adam. Jump down to the 15th verse.
The 15th. And Abba Yahweh took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it.
So Adam's charge was to dress and keep the tree of life that was in the heavenly divine realm of Eden. This was his charge. Read on.
And Abba Yahweh commanded the man, saying, out of every tree of the garden thou mayest eat freely, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it.
Let's go to Revelations, because the Messiah mentioned this as well. Revelations 1. We'll start at 1, pick it up in the 12th verse, and then we're going to go to the 2nd chapter as well. Revelation chapter 1, verse 2. So we see the Most High gave charge to Adam. Now, once again, Adam was an angel, so he didn't have the same code like we had. Moses had to come back with 666 laws, statutes, and commandments. Say, don't do this. You can do this. You cannot do that. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. But why would an angel need that?
Right.
Why would an angel need to know that pig right there, that's unclean? Don't offer that on the altar. He's like, I don't offer pigs. I don't even offer animals.
We don't even eat that.
We don't eat that. I offer fruit from the tree of life. Why would an angel, why would Adam need a charge to say, don't covet another man's wife? Man, I don't do that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't have a wife and procreate physically. I'm an angel. But carnal men need those commandments. Carnal men need those statutes. Carnal men need those regulations. This is the only regulation given to Adam. Make sure you offer sacrifice on the tree of life. You can do whatever else you want. You want to fly across the whole earth? Go ahead. Have fun. Just don't eat from that tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's it. That's the only thing, Adam. Everything else is good. This is the only thing you shall not do. And we already know Satan deceived him. Satan brought a sacrifice from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and gave it to Eve. Eve said, this is delicious. It's beautiful. Adam, try this too.
Bring my husband a plate.
Yeah, let me bring my husband a plate. Not knowing it was death to Adam. And they both died. They both were separated. They were no longer made perfect. Once again, Adam was to give sacrifices the angels offer. Adam was to give these divine angelic sacrifices. But he fell into the sacrifice of the primal men. This is what Adam was doing in his perfection and how he fell into imperfection. It was all in accordance to sacrifices. Let us continue with this topic in Revelations. We'll pick up in the 1st chapter, 12th verse.
And I turned to see the voice that spake with me. And being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks. And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden girdle.
All right. So we're going through this not to go through the following verses where it talks about how the Messiah, quote unquote, looked. Once again, this is not about the Messiah was a black man. This is about he embodied everything regarding sacrifices. But let's skip over that. We've talked about this in several classes, so we're not going to go through that. We're just showing that John saw the Messiah, and this is him speaking to him. Let's read the 17th verse.
Verse 17. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead. And he laid his right hand upon me, saying unto me, Fear not, I am the first and the last.
He said, fear not. Don't be afraid of me. I was here from the beginning with Adam's creation, and I am here to rectify the last, to bring you back to Adam's divinity, as we mentioned in last week's class. Let's read on.
Verse 18. I am he that liveth and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. And have the keys of hell and of death. Write the things which thou hast seen, and the things which are, and the things which shall be hereafter. The mystery of the 7 stars which thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7 golden candlesticks. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 candlesticks which thou sawest are the 7 churches.
All right, move over to the 2nd chapter, 1st verse. So he says, I am he that was alive at the beginning and created Adam. I'm the one who died to consecrate Adam's covenant and was resurrected again to be a high priest over Adam's covenant once again, a.k.a. David's covenant. Now, this parable of the 7 churches. Now, we're not going to go through all the churches, but we're going to extract something specific out of the first church. Revelation chapter 2, verse 1.
Unto the angel of the church of Ephesus, write, These things saith he that holdeth the 7 stars in his right hand, who walketh in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks.
All right, so once again, this is the Messiah speaking to the church of Ephesus. Now, we went through this not last week, but a long time ago, we talked about the 7 churches. These refer to the 7 different millennia. Each one millennia for Adam's curse. And to that church of Ephesus, that first church, which would be Adam and the sons of Seth dwelling on the mountain, even though they were in their cursed state, they were still closer to Abba than we are now. They were semi-divine still. They were in the city of Adam offering oblation. What was the charge given to that first church? Or what was the message from the Messiah given to that first church?
Verse 2, I know thy works, and thy labor, and thy patience, and how thou canst not bear with them which are evil. And thou hast tried them which say they are apostles, and are not, and has found them liars, and has borne and has patience, and for my name's sake has labored and has not fainted.
All right. Once again, he's talking about Seth and his children being on the mountain who hate the children of Cain, who are copying them, but doing it for evil, doing wickedness. They were liars, calling themselves apostles, calling themselves Lamech, and they were not Lamech, calling themselves Enoch, and they were not Enoch. Let's read on.
Verse 4, nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love.
However, there is some iniquity found in this first church because you left your first love. Not only did Adam fall from his angelic state, the sons of Seth also fell from their semi-angelic state and went down the mountain and were no longer children and sons of Abba, but sons of the devil, and started mingling with the children of Cain. Let's read on.
Verse 5, remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and repent, and do the first works, or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will remove thy candlestick out of his place, except thou repent.
So make sure you repent and change like Noah was doing. Noah actually went in this millennia, or going into the second millennia, and was teaching this church, these people of this church, to repent and change, or else you will be wiped out. And they did not. Let's read on.
Verse 6, but this thou hast, that thou hatest the deeds of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches.
All right, this is the nugget that we're about to extract from this point. Let's read on.
To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life.
To you that overcome. This is given to Adam and his seed. Adam, in this first millennia, if you can go through this one, and the second, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth, everybody throughout those generations that overcome, I will make you perfect. And I will make you like Adam was again. You will no longer eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, but I will have you eat of the tree of life. I will have you giving those angelic divine sacrifices that Adam was given from the beginning. You will once again be made perfect. And where was that tree of life?
Which is in the midst of the paradise of Abba Yahweh.
You will be once again that anointed cherub in that house of fire of onyx, of sapphire, of sardis and topaz and all these great stones, that angelic house offering sacrifice from the tree of life. This is the charge given to Adam. This is the promise given to Adam, even through his fall, even through his imperfection. The Most High said, I will make you perfect once again. Now, bear with us as we cover these things. We're going to start talking about how this relates to a perfect heart, a heart that is made perfect. Let's drop that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 30, verse 15. Deuteronomy 30, verse 15. As we start shifting gears to talk about a perfect heart, but we need to understand what Adam was doing in his perfection, how he was offering sacrifices from the tree of life, even as an angel. Sacrifice is not just for physical man. Sacrifice is not just for the sixth covenant. It is what the Most High required from the beginning. Adam was made perfect so that he can offer perfect sacrifices. This is what he was doing. Now, remember, everybody throughout all these millennia who overcomes will also be made perfect. And the Messiah came in that fifth millennia to make the saints perfect so that we can do something, so that we can also overcome and eat from the fruit from the tree of life. Only divine beings can. Remember when Adam fell? Most High said, don't let him eat from the tree of life anymore. But now the Messiah broke open those gates, told the fiery angel the angel that wielded the fiery sword, step aside, so that the saints that are made perfect can come back in. Now, what should we do in these days, in this sixth millennia? How must we follow suit so that we can also be made like Adam? Let's go to Deuteronomy 30, verse 15.
See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil.
Now, we talked about this too. Moses, how he came and brought forth a perfect way. But the children of Israel, being so carnal, being so beastly, could not accept it. This is what Moses said. All right. You don't want the tree of life? Fine. You don't want the tree of life? Fine. I'll give you the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, death and evil. You're not getting the tree of life only. You're getting the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you beast, you dog, you ape. Here is these sacrifices that carnal men offer. Let's read on.
And that I command thee this day to love Abba Yahweh, to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And Abba Yahweh shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. Let thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away and worship other deities and serve them. I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land whither thou passest over the Jordan to go to possess it.
Here is the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. If you somehow are able to keep it, yeah, you're going to be blessed. But if Satan, who easily does so, comes and deceives you and makes you do something you ought not do, you will be cursed. Adam did not have this flaw. Adam was an angel. Remember, he could see angels. How many of us are going to be deceived that we can see angels in heaven? None of us. But us being carnal, primal, having a muted connection to the spiritual realm, can easily be deceived. And Satan can say, that's not Abba. Have you seen him with your own eyes? Have you heard him with your own ears? No. But look at the Christians. They're big. They're popping. Go over there and bow down that Christmas tree. You see the white Jesus on the cross? Go and bow down and make prayers and do your rosaries. Go ahead. Angels don't fall for that.
Not at all.
Not at all. So Moses had to profess this good and this evil. The blessings, but the curse as well. Let's read on.
I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and cursings. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live.
Choose life. You have a choice in this covenant of the knowledge of tree of the good and evil. And choice is not always a good thing. We always think we want to have the choice to do whatever we want to do. We want to have freedom, the opportunity to do whatever we want. No. Be perfect means there's only one way. There is only one route you can go. Having these choices is not always a good thing. You ever go into a store and you got all the choices ever, and you feel overwhelmed. You feel bogged down.
It's hard to make a choice.
Yeah, it's hard to make a decision. Do I want this one or do I want that one? Each one looks tantalizing, but when you're perfect, there's only one way. Imagine you go into the store and there's only one item.
Let me get that right there.
Yeah, there's no more. I need to choose. And you know that item is good for you. It's at a good cost. Everything, it's whatever you want it to be. Just like the manna. You get it, you bake it, tastes like whatever you want it to taste like. Nice. I don't need to get chips and salsa and steak and lamb and goat and then get cheese and then get bread. I don't need to get all that. I got one choice and it's exactly what I needed. If I want honey today, it's honey. If I want lamb, it's lamb. It's whatever I want it to be. This is perfection. But carnal men have to make a choice. Do I want to do good? Do I want to do evil? I need to decide which one I want to do. Adam could only do good until Satan came and deceived him. Let's drop that. Let's go back to the first verse now, actually. Now, Moses talked about children of Israel. You are now under the covenant of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You rejected the spirituality. You rejected the perfection of Adam. Now I'm bringing you into a carnal covenant, a covenant for apes and beasts. Here you go, Israel. This is your covenant. And what did Moses now say about this covenant?
And it shall come to pass, when all these things that come upon thee, the blessings and the curses, which I have set before thee.
So now, when these things are fulfilled, the good and the bad, the ups and the downs, the ebbs and the flows, when these things are come upon you, recall this event, that you entered into the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Read on.
And thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither Abba Yahweh has driven thee.
Now, people always, and you got wise people, or people that call themselves wise, talk about this. You got to take the good with the bad. That's how life goes. That's only life to these that are wicked. Not wicked, but carnal, physical, not perfect. Ezra talked about Adam and how when Adam was made, it was easy. The way of life was wide and open for everybody and simple. But now it is hard because of Adam's transgression. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to take everything with a grain of salt. You got to do X, Y, and Z when before it was easy. Everything was just righteous. Everything was good. There was no wickedness. But now life has become hard. Life has become arduous. Now you got to take the good with the bad, the blessing with the curse.
The way was made straight.
Right. Straight, not direct, but tumultuous.
Yeah.
Like the Straits of Gibraltar. They call it that because the water's choppy. It's hard to cross. This is how life now is. Let's read on.
And thou shalt return unto Abba Yahweh, and thou shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul.
So now when the curses come upon you and you're driven into the land of your nation, after you have been blessed in your own land, the curses are going to come because you're in the tree of the knowledge of good and evil where there is curse. When you want to, in your curse, come back to Abba, this is what you shall do. Read on.
That then Abba Yahweh will turn thy captivity and have compassion on thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither Abba Yahweh has scattered thee. If any of thine be driven out unto the uttermost part of heaven, from thence will Abba Yahweh gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee.
That's how powerful Abba is. You get scattered out to the uttermost parts of heaven. They make a rocket ship, make a plantation on the moon, and ship Israel over there. The Most High will gather us back. They're talking about, you got Elon Musk talking about SpaceX. He wants to build a colony on Mars. A colony, meaning somebody's going to be working. They might ship us out to Mars. Don't think the Most High can't bring you back. The Most High can come and reach out to Mars and bring you back to this earth where you belong to do his will. Let's read on.
Elon on that sauce.
Elon, that madness.
And if any of thine be driven out to the uttermost parts of heaven, from whence Abba Yahweh has gathered thee, and from thence will I fetch thee. And Abba Yahweh will bring thee unto a land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it. And he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And Abba Yahweh will circumcise.
Right. Jump down to the 11th verse.
For this commandment which I command thee this day is not hidden from thee, neither is it afar off. It is not in the heavens that thou shouldest say, who shall go for us to heaven and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it.
So the commandment or the covenant that I really want to give you is not afar off. It is not hidden from you. It is not in heaven that you have to say, who's going to go up amongst the stars to bring this thing down to us? Read on.
Neither is it beyond the sea, that thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it.
Neither is it across the ocean that you have to say in your land of captivity, let's build a ship and go across to Jerusalem to go and find this covenant. Where is this covenant?
But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it.
The covenant that I really want to give you, says Moses, is in your heart and in your mouth, that you may think on it and you can speak on it, and you can be acceptable to Abba. Now, unfortunately, you rejected that. When Moses came down shining from heaven, they said, put a veil on. We don't want that divinity. We need the physical. When they were eating manna from heaven, they rejected it. Said, I'm tired of this divine stuff. I want some carnal stuff. Moses said, all right, I see how it's going to go. You want the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You might keep it for a little bit, but I see how hard-headed you are. You will be cursed. When you're cursed, remember the time that I brought forth the tree of knowledge or the tree of life to you. I brought forth divinity. I brought forth the perfection of Adam unto you. And when you are scattered all across the earth and you start to recall this, remember that it is in your heart. It is in your mind, in your mouth. You don't have to go to Jerusalem. You don't have to go to where the Gentiles and the desert penguins start defiling it. You can go to your chamber of imagery, your heart, and execute it. Our hearts, however, must be perfect. Let's go to 1 Kings 8, like we were before. Let's start in the 10th verse, Priest Rashim. 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 10. So, I'll be willing, if this doesn't make sense yet, all of it is going to come full circle and make sense, everything that we covered so far. 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 10.
And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the holy place, that the cloud filled the house of the Most High, so that the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Most High had filled the house of the Most High.
So this is Solomon building the physical temple in its great glory. And the fire of heaven came down and burnt up the sacrifice they offered. So many sacrifices that the smoke filled the house. The priest couldn't even stand it. It was like a house that was on fire. You got to lay down on the ground because you might start choking. They had to leave out the house. Read on.
Verse 12. Then spake Solomon, the Most High said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. I have surely built thee an house to dwell in, a settled place for thee to abide in forever. And the king turned his face about and blessed all the congregation of Israel.
All right, so now we see Solomon himself bringing forth a specific blessing upon the children of Israel. All those who congregated for this great Feast of Tabernacles that he was doing in this day. Brought forth a blessing unto all of them. Now jump down to the 60th verse. What was part of this blessing?
Verse 60. That all the people of the earth may know that the Most High is Abba Yahweh, and there is none else.
All of earth must know this, that, and this is a mistranslation, or a bad translation, I should say, that it's not saying the Lord your God, it's saying that Yahweh, Abba Yahweh, and the Elohim are one. That there is no other deities than that. Don't start bowing down to this idol because this is just that, an idol. It has no power. Don't bow down to this because it has no power. It is not of Abba or the Elohim or Abba and the angels. The Word and all the angels that are under him. Michael, Raphael, all of them, it is none of them. Abba and these angels are one unit. They work as one. They are perfect. Remember, they are perfect. So now what?
Verse 61. Let your heart therefore be perfect with the Most High Abba Yahweh.
So since they are perfect and they are one, let your heart be perfect and in oneness with Abba. Now, what does that actually mean? Let your heart be perfect. Just let your heart think on Abba and the Elohim? Agree with them? What does it mean? Let your heart be perfect. Now we can go to Hebrew and look at that word tamim. However, this word is actually not tamim. This is not the perfect that we studied last week. This is actually a completely different word. This, once again, is a mistranslation or a poor translation. It does not say, let your heart be perfect. Let's get H.O.W. It says, Shalom. Let your heart, Shalom. Let your heart be in peace. Not, I'm comforted, but have peace offerings in your heart, in your mind. This is the charge given to the saints. This is how we must be made perfect. Your heart, your mind is how you access that same realm that Adam was in.
They don't understand.
Yeah, they don't understand. This does not mean be tranquil. It Doesn't mean start meditating. No, that's not what it means.
Peaceful mind.
No, it means go and give oblations in your heart. This was the charge given to everybody throughout their generations. Noah, although he was a carnal man and had to offer carnal sacrifices, he was not caught up in the flesh, thinking about how great the flesh was, how great those physical offerings was. He gave up those physical offerings to be reminded in his chamber of imagery of the sacrifices that were in heaven, the divine sacrifices. Let shalom be in your heart.
That's what Moses said.
That is exactly what Moses was saying in Deuteronomy 30.
Yeah.
Put this peace offering in your heart. When the Most High takes you out of Jerusalem, where the place where the Most High placed his name, and you offer those physical sacrifices, recall back that you can offer sacrifice in spirit. How many goats and lambs and bullocks did Moses bring up on the altar when he was up there for 40 days?
0.
None. But he was giving up sacrifices. So much so that his face was shining. He was illuminated because he tapped into that divinity, that perfect offering that Adam was given. He was eating from the tree of life. That's how that man was able to sustain for 40 days without food or water. Some of us can fast for 40 days without food. We need to drink water. We need the nutrients. We need vitamins and all that.
Need rest.
Yeah, still need to sleep.
Yeah.
Moses was up 40 days and 40 nights eating and drinking nothing. Nothing in the flesh anyway. He was eating what Adam was eating, that spiritual meat from heaven. He was offering sacrifices in his chamber of imagery and received the knowledge of the 10 Commandments, received everything he needed to lead the children of Israel. Let's go. No, what you going to say?
I was going to say that was pure power, priest. Like they said, the devil was in the details. And I don't think that was a mistranslation. I think that was intent there.
A false translation.
Yeah, false translation.
And I'll agree with you. Because let's look at that Leviticus 3:1. What is the meaning of this peace? Leviticus chapter 3, verse 1.
And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offerings, if he offered...
All right, so there's a sacrifice of peace offering, right? What was this word? We're not going to pull it up in there. But this is now Selem. Earlier we read Salem or Shelem. Now we're reading Shalem. H8002.
They playing.
Exactly. Playing around. The one before was H8003. What's the difference? Absolutely nothing. Zero difference. Only difference is they put vowel points on there. Now, if you look at the Paleo-Hebrew, there is no such thing as a vowel point. You only have the actual letter characters. Now, the spelling is exactly the same. Let's bring up H003. Let's bring that back up on the screen so everybody watching can see it. H003, meaning peace. And if you go into the Strongs and see H002, it's the exact same spelling as this.
The Shah, the La, and the Ma.
Right. Exactly the same characters. Only difference is you'll see a point on one. And the Jews say, no, this one you pronounce Shalom. This one you pronounce Shalim. And they're two different words, according to them. Ancient Hebrew, what Moses was speaking, did not have that. It was just the characters. What were the characters again?
Shah, La, and Ma.
That's it. No points, no diacritic points, nothing. But they take it and say, see, there's a piece of peace offerings, but there's also a piece of wealth. There's a piece of welfare. There's a piece of good tidings. There's a piece of saying farewell. No, there's not. There is only one. These peace offerings. That's it. You'll see they actually got about 5 of these. It goes from like H001 to H006.
And they all have the same letters.
Same exact letters, no difference. Just these Gentiles coming, and as Priest Racine said, a false translation. A lie that they're spinning to make us think peace means, oh, how you doing, brother? How'd he do? This is not what it is. It is have peace in your heart, in your chamber of imagery, in the spiritual realms. Partake in the peace offerings that the angels do, that Adam was witnessing when he was divine.
And just like the nonsense with the dietary laws, it falls on the same premise.
Right.
Just to skew your understanding, to take you away from the thought of sacrifice.
Exactly. They call it a dietary law. Where in the world do you see dietary law? That word diet isn't even in the scriptures. Most I didn't care about your diet. He wasn't telling you, hey, you need to be healthy. Make sure you go and get some exercise in. No, he said, I don't want you to offer any swine on my altar. I do not like that. But that goat, you can offer that. That cow, you can offer that. That raven that eats the carrion, the dead carcasses, I don't want that on my altar. This pigeon, though, was acceptable. Make sure you offer that. Don't offer a serpent. Don't offer a lizard. Only offer those that have split hooves and chew the cud. Anything in the water, make sure it has skins or scales and fins. You can offer that. And you can offer the birds that are not predatory. Yeah. You can offer those. Anything else outside of that, I do not want them on my altar, is what the Heavenly Father is saying.
And if it was about diet, if you eat about 2 pounds of lamb every day for the next 6 months, you'll be in the hospital, probably suffering from a cardiac arrest. So this is not about dietary.
Gout.
Right. and if that was the case, if it was about diet, like you said, why is it that there's no restriction on the fruits that grow? There's some crops that will kill you.
Oh, sure enough.
There's some poisonous berries. Most I said didn't say don't eat that. He didn't say don't eat that. That's very unhealthy. You will straight up die.
Yeah.
But that's not in there because it's not regarding that. It's not regarding your health. It's regarding the sacrifices. As you said, a mistranslation, a devious translation by Satan so that we will never come back to this perfection. We will never have a quote-unquote perfect heart, a heart in which there is sacrifices, where there are peace offerings. We will never have that in our chamber of imagery if we're just thinking peace is tranquility and love and peace in the Middle East. We will never have that if we never wake up from this deep sleep that Satan has put us in.
And it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, because there's a certain chosen that the Heavenly Father is after anyway. It is our job to just bring it out. It is your job to do the due diligence to find out if it's true or not. I'll speak for myself. I see it, I believe it, and I'm working with it. Point blank, period.
All praises. This is exactly how we must be. The Spirit bears witness of whose we are. If you're the Spirit, you will agree with this. This just connects. Yeah. This just makes so much sense. But when you got to force it down somebody's throat, you just not, you just not chosen. Spirit ain't bearing witness with you. Let me go and find those that are of Adam's seed, because they will understand this. Yeah. The dots will just instantly connect. It's like going to a foreign country with a United States outlet, a plug that goes into United States outlet at the wall. It just will not fit. You go to the UK with a plug meant for an outlet in the United States. You'll be trying to force that thing in there, and it just will not work. It will not receive any power. But going to a saint that the Most High has called, it will just click. It will just go straight in, and you'll be juiced up. This is how it will work. Let's furthermore look at this quote-unquote perfect heart. Let's look at Hezekiah in his day, 2 Kings 20:1. If you would get 1 Chronicles 12 and 17, Priest Gabaria.
2 Kings chapter 20 and verse 1. In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death, and the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amoz, came to him and said unto him, Thus saith the Most High, set thine house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. Then he turned his face to the wall and prayed unto the Most High, saying, I beseech thee, O Most High, remember now how I have walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart.
How I walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart. This is not tamim. This is shalom. I walked before you in the peace offerings in my heart. I wasn't relegated to the flesh and only loved the physical worship. Yeah, I had to institute that in my day, but my heart was focused on the spiritual offerings that Adam was given. My heart was in the peace offerings. But please remember that, said Hezekiah. Read on.
And have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore. Verse 4. And it came to pass, afore Isaiah was gone out into the middle of the court, that the word of the Most High came to him, saying, Turn again, and tell Hezekiah, the captain of my people, Thus saith the Most High, thy Abba Yahweh, of David thy father, I have heard thy prayer, I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will heal thee. On the third day thou shalt go up unto the house of the Most High.
Look at that. I have heard your oblation.
Mercy.
I will heal you. Now, this is also an example of something even greater. It's not just Hezekiah being healed. The power of prayer. It's not just that. It is showing how a heart full of peace, being perfected in heart, can overcome the limitations of the flesh. Hezekiah was limited by the flesh. He got sick and he was about to die. But through those peace offerings in spirit, he was healed. He was made whole. The Most High said, I'll give you another 15 years, Hezekiah, because of the perfection, the oblations that you offered in your chamber of imagery. They were able to overcome the limitations of the flesh, just like what the Messiah did.
So that just them peace offerings is like stirring up wealth. It can be used when you're ready to use them. It just, to me, it's crazy that he asked the Most High to remember the peace offerings that I gave.
Yes.
Take that into consideration. That's powerful, man. That's powerful.
And I want to add too, priest, that's what came to mind is that boldness. He said, come to the throne of grace boldly, making your petitions known unto him.
I gave those peace offerings, Abba. Remember that.
That's right on point. Remember, if you are doing this, the Most High will hear you. But the Most High doesn't want those that are imperfect. There was, and maybe you remember, somebody in the scripture that was sick and prayed for healing. Most High said, nope, you are not perfect. You were wicked all your life, and you want me to heal you? Go ahead and go ahead and die. But Hezekiah, he who was offering peace offerings in his heart, boldly came and said, remember all this that I did for you, Abba? Most High said, all right, I'll grant your wish. There's an extra 15 years on your life.
Nice.
Showing you the power of these oblations. Con. Shows you how those physical oblations pale in comparison to the oblations of the heart. The peace offerings that we give in spirit. Once again, Christians stumble at this because it's easy to turn something spiritual into something just a good phrase. Oh, I got peace in my heart. I'm tranquil. I'm at ease. That's not what it means. He was actually doing something in his chamber of imagery. He wasn't just comforted. He was actually enacting these oblations in the spiritual realm. This is what he was doing. Let's get another example of this. 1 Chronicles 12. Let's pick up in the 17th verse.
Yeah, and I want to bring out this as well, right? You got people that, when you talk about sacrificing, spiritual sacrifices, they thinking the sacrifices is, I come to the feast. I sacrifice myself and come to the feast. I sacrifice not smoking cigarettes anymore. I sacrifice not drinking anymore. This is not what it's talking about.
Sacrifice my time.
Yeah, that's not what it's talking about. Those are not spiritual sacrifices. So cut that out of your mind.
As somebody who does not understand. Now you've equated sacrifice with something you've given up. And there's been people that I've talked to that, and to no fault of their own, just this Christianity has taken such a deep root that when you talk about sacrifice, like, well, what do I have to give up?
Yeah.
Tell me, I'll give something up. No, you don't have to give something up. You have to now do something. You have to offer something to Abba.
Gifts.
They just can't wrap their mind around it because of how deep Christianity has invaded the minds of our people. No, we don't have peace in our hearts. We have Christianity in our hearts. We got butt-naked white Jesus in our hearts. This is not what we're supposed to have. We're supposed to envision peace offerings going down, burnt offerings in our chamber of imagery, in the altar or the house of fire. This is what we offer in our chamber of imagery.
And this is in the mindset of a lot of Hebrews. We ain't just talking about Christians. This is in the mindset of a lot of Hebrew Israelites.
You got Hebrews talking about Jesus was the last sacrifice. And instead of Jesus, they replaced with Christ. and they think they're good. That's some Christian doctrine straight up.
Oh, yeah.
Hebrewanity.
You just put a bow tie on it.
Yeah. You just put some tassels on Christianity. That's it. Let's read all. Let's go to 1 Chronicles 12:17.
And David went out to meet them and answered and said unto them, if ye be come peaceably unto me to
Once
help
again, if you're coming to offer peace offerings with me, let's read on.
to help me, mine heart shall be knit unto you.
This shows you what it was talking about. If you want to offer peace offerings, we shall be one, just like we're one with Abba. David was almost like a mediator in his time. All the people came through him, and he went through the Elohim. The Elohim went through the Messiah, who went through Abba Yahweh. But you all had to be in the peace offerings. Your heart had to be at those peace offerings. You can't be one with Abba with physical offerings. Those offerings were just reflections of what was supposed to be done in your chamber of imagery. That's it. Let's read on.
But if ye be come to betray me to mine enemies, see there is no wrong in mine hands. The Abba of our fathers look thereon and rebuke it.
So if you come to the peace offerings with me, my heart shall be one with you, just like your heart will be one with Abba. Let's read on.
Then the Spirit came unto Amasiah, who is the chief of the captains, and said, Thine are we, David, and on thy side, thou son of Jesse. Peace, peace be unto you, and peace be unto thine helpers, for thy Abba helpeth thee. And David received them and made them captains of the band.
All right, jump down to the 38th verse. So we see that the captain, the chief of the captains of all the armies, Amasai, came and said, peace be unto you, David. I want to partake in the same peace offerings as you. We are all together in one. Let us all be united in these peace offerings. And in doing so, what happened? 38th verse.
All these men of war that could keep rank came with a perfect heart to Hebron.
They all came with a perfect heart. Once again, how do you go from peace, peace, peace to perfect? It was, they all came with a heart full of peace offerings. They were offering peace offerings in their chamber of imagery, along with those physical ones. They were doing the physical ones in their day, in their in their curse of Adam, as a reflection of what was going on in their chamber of imagery, offering those spiritual peace offerings, the Adamic peace offerings. They all came, the kings and the armies came with a perfect heart. Read on. Or a heart full of peace offering. Shalom. This is the same Shalom, H.O.W. Let's read on.
To make David king over Israel, and all the rest of Israel were of one heart to make David king. And there they were with David 3 days, eating and drinking, for their brethren had prepared for them.
There you go. Right there. What, they were going to war, but they were eating and drinking? You're supposed to be going to war and taking over this city, but they wanted to eat and drink? That sounds like a lazy army to me, if you don't understand what they were doing. They were partaking in the peace offerings and giving up oblations and sacrifices, reflecting what was in their chamber of imagery upon this earth. This is what they were doing. Read on.
Moreover, they that were nigh them, even unto Issachar and Zebulun and Naphtali, bought bread on asses, and on camels, and on mules, and on oxen, and meat, meal, cake of figs, and branches of raisins, and wine, and oil, and oxen, and sheep, abundantly, for there was joy in Israel.
These peace offerings brought them joy. They celebrated and offered oblations and sacrifices and had peace offerings in their chamber of imagery. All of these things are not just sweet delicacies and they were just having fun. These are all part of the oblation. And see how much of a variety there was. They had cakes of figs. They had raisins. They were bringing their grapes. They were bringing wine and oil and all the things, abundantly. All the things needed for the peace offering. And this is how the peace offerings work. Abba gets his portion, the burnt offering. The priests get their portion of their peace offering, the choice parts of the meat, the heave, shoulder, and the wave breast. And the congregation also eats. They eat their portion, and everybody is in unison, in one mind and one accord when they offer these oblations to Abba. A perfect heart, a heart full of peace offerings, and it brought forth that joy upon Israel.
You know, the deeper we dig into this thing.
Let's go to 1 Chronicles 29, verse 6.
The deeper we dig into this thing, it holds true to what we've been saying, man. You cannot understand the word of the Most High if you don't understand the priesthood. Our culture and our life that surrounded the priesthood. If you don't understand that, you can't even come to me saying you understand Scripture. You just can't. It's all relative. Every last bit of it, from beginning to end.
This is why you get pictures of lily white Adam and Eve naked grabbing an apple from a tree. Because they don't understand the priesthood. The priesthood predates Moses. It predates Jacob or Isaac or Abraham or Noah or Seth. It goes even before Adam in his fallen state. This is how the Most High created Adam, to be an anointed cherub, an angelic priest. That was what Adam was to be from the beginning, and that was what Abba said was perfect. Anything outside of priesthood and oblations in the spiritual realm is not perfect. If you think consecration is not an oblation, you are not perfect. If you think peace offerings is just saying shalom to your brother, you are not perfect. It is the oblations and sacrifices that Abba desired from the beginning of time. Let's drop that. Let's get 1 Chronicles 29, verse 6. Priest Rashim. So we see the kings having perfect hearts. We see the captains of the armies having perfect hearts. And who else?
Then the chief of the fathers and princes of the tribes of Israel, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, with the rulers of the king's work, offered willingly, and gave for the service of the house of Abba Yahweh of gold 5,000 talents, and 10,000 drams, and of silver 10,000 talents, and of brass 18,000 talents, and 100,000 talents of iron. And they with whom precious stones were found gave them to the treasure of the house of the Most High by the hand of Jehiel the Gershonite.
All right, so now we see David was now transferring the power over to Solomon and giving Solomon the charge to build the house. And he told everybody, bring in the vessels and the things needed for Solomon to build this house. He's going to need gold and silver and iron and brass and all of these things. And everybody offered willingly. Everybody came and said, I want to see that house built. I want to offer peace offerings in that house. Read on.
Verse 9. Then the people rejoice, for that they offered willingly, because with a perfect heart.
Because with a perfect heart. Once again, not tamim, but a heart shalom. Shalom, a heart filled with peace offerings they offered. They envisioned those peace offerings in the spirit, and they wanted to see them replicate in the flesh. I will give whatever is needed to see this, what I see in my chamber of imagery, to see it on this earth. Yeah. I'll give whatever to see that happen. This shows that every single person had to have these peace offerings in their heart. From the kings to the captains, to everybody within the congregation had to have peace offerings in the chamber of imagery. The Most High doesn't want anybody that is not offering peace offerings in their chamber of imagery. Which once again shows you why Solomon said, give me any plague, the plague of the heart.
Yeah.
Well, not Solomon, but Sirach. Why he said that? Because if you have a plague where your arm is withered, you can still in your chamber of imagery offer peace offerings. Yes. If you are on your deathbed like Hezekiah, coughing up blood, about to die, you can still offer peace offerings in your heart. But you got dementia. They inject you with some drug that makes you go wild. They start destroying your brain, your spirit. Ah, man. Feel bad for that brother because he cannot offer those peace offerings. He cannot have a perfect heart, a heart in which sacrifices are given up to Abba. Give me any plague but the plague of the mind. Everybody in the congregation had that perfect heart. Read on. Or that heart full of peace offering.
Continuing in verse 9. Because with a perfect heart they offered willingly to the Most High. And David the king also rejoiced with great joy.
All right. David also, with this, rejoiced and had great joy because of everybody being in line with the peace offerings and the sacrifice of Abba. Not just doing it physically, but having these oblations in your chamber of imagery. Let's go to 2 Kings 11:4. Priest Kabari, and if Priest Hashim, you get Isaiah 29, verse 13. So we see that it wasn't enough just to do these things physically. You had to also in spirit be in line with Abba. Even in our cursed state, even in this physical body, our hearts, our minds had to still be connected to the spiritual realm. Anybody can go and burn up an offering. I actually heard of an article, or read an article maybe about a year or two ago with the Khazars. The desert penguins are talking about they want to build a temple, and they're looking for that perfect red heifer so they can cut it up, because with that, you got to purify the temple. We can't get these sacrifices going without taking an animal and sprinkling his blood. Literally, this is what they want to do.
They're serious about it, too.
There's a movement to do this in the land that they're calling Jerusalem. Anybody on this earth can kill an animal and sacrifice it. This is not going to make you perfect. These oblations in your heart make you perfect. Yeah, Moses required the children of Israel to offer physical sacrifices, but it wasn't in lieu of the spiritual ones. You are to do both in tandem. Paul told us that law was a schoolmaster. It was a reflection, a shadow of the heavenly things. You were to be doing it on the earth so that you would have an example of what to see in the spirit. And this is why the Messiah told us, too, to take the bread and the wine. Don't neglect that physical attribute, because as physical beings, we need something to stimulate our spiritual being, so that our spiritual being has something to envision in heaven as well. Let's go to 1 Chronicles 29, verse 6. Not 1 Chronicles 26, 2 Kings 11:4. Priest Kabari.
And the 7th year, Jehoiada sent and fetched the rulers over hundreds, with captains and the guard.
You got 2 Kings 11?
Yes.
2 Kings
2 Kings 11:4.
Okay. Go to 1 Kings 11:4.
Okay.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 4. So we see, this is about Solomon. So we see a perfect heart, and how many of us were with a perfect heart. And how it had to be amongst everybody in the nation. The kings, David, Hezekiah, even Solomon, having a perfect heart. And the captains of the guard had to have a perfect heart. And the people also had to have a perfect heart, meaning everybody was of one accord, offering peace offerings in the chamber of imagery. Now let's look at Solomon in his day.
For it came to pass when Solomon was old, that his wives turned his heart after other deities, and his heart was not perfect with Abba Yahweh.
So even Solomon, the wise, the great, who built that holy temple, whose heart was perfect, his heart was turned away by his many wives that were of the nations. Now, this is not a diss at having multiple wives. This is a diss at having multiple wives of the nations. Women that are of idolatrous practices. Their hearts were not perfect. They were not offering peace offerings in the chamber of imagery. And Solomon let the woman of Moab and the woman of Midian and the woman of Ishmael come to him and say, peace offerings? I don't know about that, but my God got something. My idols got something. And Solomon began to forget the peace offerings. Matter of fact, I don't even think he forgot them. I think he just had a split mind. All right. Build your temple. I still got mine, though. I'm going to be here giving up this offering. I'll come and tour yours when you give offering. Yeah, I'll do that too. But I got mine. I don't think he fully went that way, but his heart was not perfect because it wasn't focused. It wasn't fixated on the peace offerings of Abba only. He started mixing it with the offerings of these idols, making his heart no longer in the peace offerings of Abba. His chamber of imagery was now being clouded, being defiled, being made dirty by these abominations. Let's read on.
And his heart was not perfect with Abba Yahweh, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians.
Actually, read that fourth verse again.
For it came to pass when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other deities, and his heart was not perfect with Abba Yahweh, as was the heart of David his father.
Now look at that. Remember, we talked about perfection. David's heart was full of the peace offerings from the day of his birth to the day of his death. However, look at how David screwed up many times. He took a man's wife, sent that man to die, numbered the children of Israel, did things that were not right with Abba. However, Abba said his heart was perfect. He even said David was a man of his own heart. Even though he screwed up a few times, even though he messed up and did some things that actually heinous. I mean, these aren't like small things that he did.
Yeah.
These were some serious charges. I mean, the scriptures tell you, you take a man's wife, you shall be put to death. Most High said, nah, he still got peace offerings in his heart. He's still offering oblations in spirit. Yeah, he fell prey to that carnal man, but he still got in his chamber of imagery these peace offerings. That shows you, once again, how powerful it is. That shows you also David superseded that sixth covenant.
Yeah.
Even though he was in it, he wasn't subject to the things of the sixth covenant. If he was in the sixth covenant only, he would have been put to death.
Yeah.
Moses clearly said, you commit adultery, take the woman, take the man, put them both to death. But David, it was not so, because his chamber of imagery was perfect.
Yeah.
His chamber of imagery is full of peace offerings. That shows you how powerful these oblations are.
The more superior covenant.
A better covenant.
Yeah.
And David was tapping into that. But the only thing that will take you away is when you start eating from that tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And Solomon started doing so. He left that tree of life of spiritual peace offerings and started dabbling with these idols. Let's read on.
The fifth verse. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess or the deity of the Zidonians, and after Milcah, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of Abba Yahweh, and went not fully after Abba Yahweh as David his father.
This is how David operated. Fully after Abba. Where in the flesh he was offering burnt offerings, yes. But in his spirit, he was offering peace offerings as well. This is what David was doing. His heart was full of shalom, the peace offerings of Abba. Let's read on.
Then did Solomon build an high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab.
And look at how he regards their idols. Calls it the abomination of Moab. Read on.
In the hills that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all the strange wives, which burnt incense and sacrificed unto their deities. And the heavenly Father was angry with Solomon because his heart was turned from Abba Yahweh, or the power of Israel, which he had appeared unto him twice.
So Solomon's heart was no longer perfect or full of shalom, peace, but now he was trying to blend the two. Peace offerings of Abba and that are illuminating in the darkness of the abominations of idolatry. You can't have the two together. You can't mix light and dark. You can't be lukewarm. You cannot be a well of fresh water or a spring of fresh water and of salt water. It's going to be fully salty. Or you can't have light and dark. It's going to be fully dark. You cannot have good and evil dwelling together. The Most High said his heart was not perfect, and Abba was angry with Solomon because he had profaned his chamber of imagery, his heart, and took away the peace offerings and brought forth the offerings of idols. Let's go to Isaiah 29:13, Priest Rashim, and continue on with how Israel profaned this holy temple, not just the physical one. That was just a reflection of what they were doing in the chamber of imagery already. Isaiah chapter 29, verse 13.
Wherefore the Most High said, forasmuch as a people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men.
Look at that. The people draw near to Abba with their mouth. They speak good things about Abba. They say all these things.
The Lord is good.
Yeah. You know the Spirit is with me. But their hearts, what's in your chamber of imagery? What's in your mind?
Right.
Is it these oblations? Is it peace offerings? Well, you don't know Abba. Your heart is far from him. It is not like David, full of these peace offerings. It is not like Hezekiah or all of the congregation of Israel during the days of David and during the reign of Solomon up until his end. It is now filled with abominations.
You know what they do in their chambers of imagery?
Yeah.
We're about to go there. Get that Ezekiel 8. Get that Ezekiel 8, priest. Let's read on Isaiah.
Right. Verse 14. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Most High, and their works are in the dark. And they say, who seeth us, and who knoweth us?
Like you said, precept upon precept. Isaiah saw the same thing that Ezekiel saw. Woe to them that seek deep to hide their counsel, to hide what's in their chamber of imagery from Abba. And their works are in the dark. And they say, who sees that?
Yeah.
Who sees what's in my chamber of imagery? Who sees that? Nobody. Not even Abba sees it. We talked about this. We touched on this in last week's class. How the righteousness of the saints must supersede the righteousness of the Pharisees.
Yeah.
They say, yeah, thou shalt not kill. Yep, it's in the scriptures. Don't kill. But the chamber of imagery, I want to kill that brother.
Yeah.
They say, don't covet another man's wife. Is here in the scriptures. Don't commit adultery, brother. She fine. That's your wife? Oh, okay. She fine, though. I'm just going to keep that up here. You don't see it. Brother don't see it. That is an abomination. They have sought to hide these things in their chamber of imagery. It wasn't on peace offerings, because if it was on peace offerings, that wouldn't even be there. I got this thought. This man's wife, let me give him these peace offerings. Let me give these oblations and get rid of that. And watch it, that thought, puff up as smoke and leave. But when you neglect those peace offerings in your chamber of imagery, it's full of all types of dirt and abominations. And you say, who sees us? Who knows what's in my chamber of imagery? Read on.
Verse 16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as a potter's clay.
He said, you turn things upside down, topsy-turvy. You're exemplifying the flesh above the spirit. Yeah, you're still doing burnt offerings and sacrifices. You're still coming to the physical altar, but what's in your chamber of imagery? You can't wait to finish that burnt offering so you can go and play discus.
Yeah.
You can't wait to finish that burnt offering so you can go and do Christmas. You can't wait to get rid of that lamb that's on the altar so you can go set up your own abomination that's in your chamber of imagery. Even people today are doing the same thing. These oblations are long. These oblations are boring.
Repetitious.
You're not seeing then what's really going on. Yeah, they're boring if all you're doing is sitting there hearing words. Of course, they're boring. You can fall asleep to that. But if in your chamber of imagery, you see fire come down from heaven, that's exciting. Every single time. I don't care if you're getting 12 hours a day. It's exciting every time. Who lights a fire and then says, that fire is boring? Even in the flesh. You light a fire and look at it, that's entertaining. Yeah, it's like TV. It's fun. How much more so in your chamber of imagery? That fire can do whatever you want it to do. Be a big pillar of light coming down from heaven, illuminating the altar. That is exciting in your chamber. But if your chamber of imagery is not on that, it gets boring. It gets repetitive. Even today, the children of Israel love this carnal body, and they need some sort of entertainment. And this is how Christianity gets big. Because every time the pastor does something entertaining, and he starts sweating and saying some abominations, and you're just having fun. So many Christians love Christianity because it hits them in the emotional aspect. Mm-hmm. And it's fun. It's appealing. It feels good. But that's just like eating cookies and ice cream. Tastes good. Tastes delicious. But what kind of health is it bringing to you? How much protein did you just ingest? How many vitamins? How many calories did you bring in? A bunch. And brought no vitamins, nothing. You're lacking in vitamin D, vitamin E. You're lacking in vitamin K, vitamins you don't even know of. You're lacking in all these things because all you were eating was cookie and creams and processed food. Get this real nutrients. Nourish the spirit with these peace offerings. And then you'll be made whole. When you see it happening in your chamber of imagery, these words are no longer boring. It's no longer something that you just want to hurry up and get done with. It is something that is beautiful and amazing. Finish that up and let's get that Ezekiel 8.
Continuing in verse 16. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding?
All right. We see how man has turned things upside down, topsy-turvy. That's just how this world is today. Upside down, topsy-turvy. Servants are up on horses and on high positions. And kings and princes and priests are down on the ground toiling. This world is topsy-turvy. But the Most High will rectify and make it perfect once again. Let's get Ezekiel 8:1.
And it came to pass in the 6th year, in the 6th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I sat in mine house, and the elders of Judah sat before me, that the hand of Abba Yahweh fell there upon me.
All right. Now jump to the 3rd verse. We're going to skip around for time's sake. Now, Ezekiel saw this thing. The Most High took his hand and drew him and brought him to the tabernacle in spirit. Read on.
And he put forth the form of an hand and took me by the lock of mine head.
That's an interesting thought. Just took him like a rag doll and put him in the temple. Let's read on.
And the Spirit lifted me up between the earth and the heaven.
Look at where he was. He was where Adam was. Adam was not up with the Messiah, but he wasn't on this earth either. He was that entity, that intermediary, that mediator for earth and heaven. The Messiah, the Word, gave an order, gave it to the Elohim, they gave it to Adam. Adam, we need you to do this on the earth. And Adam, the angel, went and did it on the earth. And then he went back up to heaven and said, what do you need me to do, Abba? What do you need me to do, Elohim? I need you to stay in that temple right there and give up this sacrifice. Got you. And he went and did it. He went where Adam was. And this is what he saw.
And he brought me in the visions of Abba Yahweh to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looketh toward the north, where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoketh the jealousy.
He went to the inner gate, the northern porch, where there must be sacrifices, where there is a brazen altar to offer sacrifices. And what did he say was there? An image of jealousy that provokes Abba to jealousy, meaning an idol of which Abba will be jealous, saying, you are not worshiping me. You're supposed to worship me in this house, but you are worshiping this idol, an abomination in that spiritual realm. Read on.
And behold, the glory of Abba of Israel was there according to the vision that I saw in the plain. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up thine eyes now the way towards the north. So I lifted up mine eyes the way towards the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar is the image of jealousy in the entry.
So even in the gate of the temple, they were setting up idols. Instead of putting the worship of Abba there, they were putting idols, images of jealousy, abominations, in that heavenly temple. Read on.
He said, furthermore unto me, Son of man, seest thou what they do?
Now, this is what he's talking about. He's not saying there's idols in the spiritual temple. He's talking about what's in their hearts, what's in their chamber of imagery. He said, hey, Ezekiel, you see what they're doing? You see what they do? Read on.
Even the great abominations that the house of Israel committed here.
The great abomination that Israel is committing here. Israel is going into the spiritual realm and envisioning idols, idolatry in that temple. This is what they are doing. Let's read on.
That I should go far off from my sanctuary, but turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations.
Say, I ain't even done yet. Not even done yet. Jump to the 10th verse. This is showing us that in their chamber of imagery, they were supposed to be going where Adam was and offering those oblations. That spiritual house made of sardis stone, topaz, and all these beautiful things, gates of pearls, offering oblations in the house of fire. Instead, they were thinking on Christmas. I can't wait till December 25th. I'm about to get me a PlayStation, and I'm going to get me a new car, and I'm going to get... This is what you're thinking about? This is what you brought into your chamber of imagery? An abomination? Let's read on.
The 10th verse. So I went and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things, an abominable beast, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed upon the wall round about. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. In the midst of them stood Jazaniah, the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up.
So Ezekiel went up and saw Jazaniah, the son of Shaphan. If we look at the Shaphan, this was one of the priests. The priest himself. He was able to peer into his thoughts. The Most High showed him this man's chamber of imagery and what was in it.
Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancient of the house of Israel do in the dark? Every man in his chambers of imagery.
In his chamber of imagery, in his heart. Not the muscle in your chest pumping blood. That's not your heart that the scriptures are talking about. It is your thoughts, your mind, your chamber of imagery, your imagination. Look at what every man, even this priest, from the lowest up to this high priest, look what he's imagining. Read on.
For they say, Abba seeth us not, and Abba has forsaken the earth. He said also unto me, Turn thee again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do.
I will show you all the great abominations that's in their heart. How they have neglected the peace offerings. How they have no longer a perfect heart or a heart full of shalom, the peace offerings. Instead, even up to the high priest, he's burning incense to Molech, like Solomon was doing. Burning incense to the abominations of Ammon and all these other nations, engaging in all these abominations. Their hearts were not perfect. Their hearts were turned over to idolatry and abomination. We see that even in the time of the Greeks. Everybody was trying to defile our chamber of imagery. So much so, they said the priest had no more zeal to offer offerings at the altar because the game of discus called them forth. This is not just idols. This is anything you put in your chamber of imagery that is above Abba Yahweh. If you think these oblations are boring because there's a football game on, the Super Bowl is here, your heart is not perfect. Your heart is not full of these peace offerings. If your show is on, I got to watch Real Housewives of Atlanta, and we talking about oblations, I don't know about that. Your heart is not perfect. Anything that you have puffed up, that you have put in this temple instead of Abba Yahweh and peace offerings, you have done abominations. Let's drop that. Let's go to Ezekiel 11:1. It's a sad case. However, the Most High promised us that things would change. This upside down, topsy-turvy world will no longer be, and he will rectify this and make our hearts and our minds perfect once again. Ezekiel 11, pick up in the first verse.
Moreover, the Spirit lifted me up and brought me unto the east gate of Abba Yahweh's house, which looketh eastward. And behold, at the door of the gate 25 men, among whom I saw Jazaniah the son of Azor, and Peltiah the son of Benaiah, prince of the people.
So now he's seeing the same vision, but in the eastern porch, in the eastern gate, and seeing similar people, Jazaniah, Peltiah, all these righteous men, or men that were supposed to be doing righteous, but what was in their chamber of imagery?
Then said he unto me, Son of man, these are the men that devise this mischief and give wicked counsel in this city.
They devise mischief. They didn't say they do mischief. They devise it, meaning you think on it. You're thinking on how to do things that are not righteous. Your chamber of imagery is not perfect. It is not filled with the peace offerings of Abba. Jump down to the 16th verse.
Therefore thus saith Abba Yahweh, although I have cast them far off among the heathen, and although I have scattered them among the countries, yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come.
So the Most High is now saying, because of the wickedness in our chamber of imagery, he cursed us, and he scattered us, and destroyed us, just like he promised to Moses. As that blessing says, those that are in the oblations know it. There has not failed one word of all the good promise that he promised by the hand of his servant Moses. The blessing and the curse. He promised that if you keep this, he will bless us. And we did that, just that. When we would keep his words, we were blessed. But he also promised to curse us. And that also has come to pass. We were cursed. But the Most High said, through Moses also, if those things haven't failed, also Deuteronomy 30 has not failed. That if we find ourselves scattered and cast amongst all the heathens, if we put this in our chamber of imagery and think on it and put peace in our hearts, the peace offerings in our chamber of imagery, the Most High will hear us and redeem us out of all the land that he scattered us. These words too shall come to pass. Let's read on.
Therefore, thus saith Abba Yahweh, I will even gather you from the people and assemble you out of the countries where ye have been scattered, and I will give you the land of Israel. And they shall come hither, and they shall take away all the detestable things thereof, and all the abominations thereof from thence. And I will give them one heart.
Take the abominations out of here, out of your heart, out of your chamber of imagery. Have a perfect heart, an acceptable heart where you're offering peace offerings and nothing else. I will give them one heart. They will be of one accord, perfect, just like Adam was. Read on.
And I will put a new spirit within you, and I will
take away that old spirit, that spirit of sin, and put in you a new spirit, that spirit of wisdom. Read on.
And I will take the stony heart out of their flesh.
You say he will take the stony heart. He will take that heart of stone out. What does it mean to have a stony heart? Just means to be obstinate? Just be stiff-necked? It's not what it means. He will give you a stony heart. But finish that verse up.
I will take the stony heart out of their flesh, and I will give them a heart of flesh.
What does that mean? I will give them a heart of flesh. Why would the Most High want to give people a heart of flesh? Why would he want to take out a stony heart and give you a heart of flesh? I thought the Most High was a spirit. Why would he want to give you something physical? Read the 20th verse, then we're going to read that again.
That they may walk in my statutes and keep mine ordinances and do them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Abba.
All right. So once that heart is changed, now they will be the people of Abba, and Abba will be their power. Now, read the 19th verse again.
And I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and I will take the stony heart out of their flesh.
All right. So Chief Priest broke this down some time ago. I don't know if anybody remembers. Take out a stony heart.
I think I do.
Think you do? Let's get that in Hebrew. Stony heart. H68. Eben means stone, stony, rock. Still doesn't tell us anything. But it also says stone tablets. Tablets of stone. Tablets of stone. You shall take out the stony heart, the tables of stone. Now, remember what happened when the children of Israel received the 10 Commandments. Moses came down the temple. His face was shining. He was exuding the divinity of Adam, an angelic entity bringing this light to the children of Israel. And what did they say? Moses. Turn the light down. Turn the light. I like the darkness. Turn that light down. Put a veil over that light. I came here to bring some commandments. No, okay, I don't want the light. Just give me the stones. Give me the stones, all right? Yeah. I'm good. Just give me those stones, and I'm good. I don't need that light. They rejected that covenant. They rejected it. But they loved the stones. That's sixth covenant. And where they put those stones, they put that in the physical temple. And they parade around with it. They loved it. They loved the physical things. They loved the temple more on earth more than the heavenly divine things. Now, if you would get Hebrews 13:10, Priest Hashim, and get now bring up that word Eben again. H68. Now, we see that it comes from a root, H1129. Eben comes from this word, Anah. Or if those who study the calendar know this is a derivative of another word, Benaiah. What does that mean? Let's go to H1129. Yeah. To build. The building, a structure. These are people that love the carnal building, the physical temple, the physical worship. They love bringing goats and bullocks. Their hearts were not perfect toward Abba. They loved the feast days and coming and gathering together, but they didn't care about the oblations and true worship. They were just ready to get their bodies filled, their bellies filled. They were just ready to serve a physical thing. And you take away that physical thing from man, they're like, I don't want that no more. I just want to come to this beautiful temple. I like seeing the tapestry on the wall that Solomon built. They love that physical temple. What did Paul say in Hebrews 13:10?
We have an altar whereof they have no right to eat, which serve the tabernacle.
We have an altar in heaven to eat of, and those that serve this physical, you can't eat that.
Yeah, no right.
You have no rights to this. You have no authorities. Just like we got in this Constitution of the United States, apparently got rights to freedom of speech, to bear arms, a right to an attorney. We are endowed those things. If you are born an American, those things are yours by birth. Most High is saying the opposite for those that serve the physical temple. You have no right. You're like an alien that crossed the border illegally. You cannot vote here, sir. That is not your right. It's only right to those that are of this place. Paul is saying the same thing with the spiritual temple. I have bread to eat of that you know not of. In spirit. If you serve that physical temple, you still got that stony heart in you. Your heart is not perfect, and you can't eat this bread from the tree of life.
This kind of reminds me of when the apostles came in and was bragging about the temple in the beginning of the 24th chapter of Matthew. You know, to see the temple, see this? And he was like, man, listen to me. Trust me. In 3 days, this thing, there's not going to be one stone turned upon another in this temple. He was preparing them for that spiritual temple, getting them ready that this physical, this carnal is nothing. This thing is getting ready to be over with.
And that's why when the Messiah was crucified, the veil of the temple ripped. Most I say, it's over. That's the last thing I needed.
Done.
I didn't want it already, but now it's officially come to a close. I bet they were hastily trying to knit that back together. It's Pastor, we got to get that right. Most I was like, I told you, I'm telling you, I don't want that. Let's go back. Read that 19th verse again of Ezekiel.
And I will give them, Ezekiel 11 and 19, and I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and I will take the stony heart out of their flesh.
Right. So he's saying, I will take that heart that loves the sixth covenant, loves physicality. I will take that out of you and put what?
And I will give them a heart of flesh.
Now, how is the Most High saying he wants us to have this spiritual covenant, but he's giving us a heart of flesh? Doesn't really make sense. Let's look at that word. H.1320. Basar. Sound familiar to you, huh? So we see they translate that as flesh, right? And it's often used as flesh. But let's look at H.1319. Once again, the old switcheroo, trickery, same word, same spelling, diacritic points, change it up. And if you hear them say it, this one's basair, the other one's basar, this one's basair. Brother, what's the difference?
They playing.
They playing around. What is basar? Go ahead, Preacher Sheen. What is basar? Gospel. Good tidings, good news. Sacrifices of the new covenant.
Pure power.
He said, I will take away that old covenant and put in you the gospel. Put in your heart a new covenant. Not just good news. Anybody can get good news. I will give you the proclamation of a new covenant. This is what I will put in your heart, in your chamber of imagery. Once again, precept upon precept. This is the same thing that Jeremiah saw. Ezekiel's not just proclaiming to be proclaiming. He's seeing it. He's perceiving it. Jeremiah also perceived it. Jeremiah 31:31. No longer will the covenant be the one where I took them out of the hand of Egypt, the covenant they break, but this shall be my new covenant. I will put my law, these peace offerings, in their hearts. This is what Ezekiel is saying. These wicked brothers that are imagining wickedness, they're doing physical sacrifice, but they're wicked as hell. I will take that out of them and put in them this new covenant. Brothers, there is a new covenant coming, Ezekiel said. And we must follow suit. It is here. Woe unto the brothers that take Jeremiah's writings and pervert them. In that day shall no man teach his neighbor. See, brother, we still teaching new covenant here. Yeah. Brother, you are wicked as all get out. You just don't know. You are an agent of the adversary and you don't know. If I was the adversary, I would do that too. Hey, it's not time yet, brother. If you somehow woke up and knew that there was a new covenant and the Messiah was bringing it, Satan would do the same thing. It's not time yet, though. It's not time yet. Well, when's it going to be time? I bet in Noah's day, they were saying the same thing. Get in this ark. Rain. How many days I got? I don't know. But, well, it's not time yet. All right. When the rain starts dropping, tell me. I'm going to party and live it up. When the rain starts coming, Noah, yeah, come get me. Bro, it's going to be too late by then.
Yeah.
You got to get in this ark now. Like, I'll wait till that first drop of rain comes. That first drop of rain came. They're like, let's go find Noah.
Yeah.
Where was he? He was in the ark, shut up, and nobody could get in. And that rain swept them away. It is time now. The Messiah contracted this covenant 2,000 years ago, nearly. It might be 1,999 years ago. And on that 2,000th year, that rest starts. Don't start coming and saying, oh, now it's time for the new covenant, when the Messiah comes back. He's coming back to see who had these peace offerings in their heart.
Yeah.
This is how you become perfect in the last days. Even like Abraham. Abraham was not going to receive the promises. He saw it afar off and was persuaded. So he said, I know I'm not going to enter into that 7,000 year rest. I'm in the year 3,000. Unfortunately, I'm not going to live that long. But I'm going to have peace in my chamber of imagery so that when the Messiah comes back, I'll be resurrected and partaking it.
Ready.
We got to have that same mindset. We got to live like Abraham. And even more so, because we know we're at the last days. Abraham lived righteously in his time thousands of years before the coming of the Messiah again. How much more so us? We don't know if it's going to be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years.
I hope not.
But we know it's not another 1,000 years. Let's make sure we start doing this now. Put peace in your chamber of imagery now. Yeah, you may not see the results tomorrow. You may not see the results the next day. But you'll be able to live off the little faith that you get, so that by that coming of the Messiah again, you shall be made perfect like Adam. And you won't have to be limited by the ways of this flesh. You will be made like Adam was initially from creation. Let's move on. Let's go to Matthew 13. And let's get the 3rd verse. We're going to talk about a little bit more about this stony heart. If you would get Matthew 15. Matthew chapter, what you got? Matthew
13 and 3.
Come on, let's read that.
Matthew chapter 13 and verse 3. And he spake many things unto them in parables, saying, Behold, a sower went forth to sow. And when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up.
All right. A sower sowed and sowed into multiple fields. One field was by the wayside. Fowls just came and easily picked that off. Where else did he sow?
Some fell upon stony places.
Some were sown amongst the stones. And what happened?
Where they had not much earth, and forthwith they sprung up, because they had no deepness of earth. Verse 6. And when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered away.
So it was full of stones and rocks, and it took a little bit of root, but the sun came and scorched it, and it could not stand the heat of the sun. Let's read on.
Verse 7. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. But other fell into good ground and brought forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, some 30-fold. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear.
All right, let him hear. Jump to the 18th verse so we can hear the meaning of this parable.
Hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When anyone heareth the word of the kingdom and understandeth it not, then cometh the wicked one and catcheth away that which was sown in his heart. This is he which receives seed by the wayside.
All right, so this parable is about people receiving seed. How do you receive the seed of this gospel, of this new covenant of peace offering? It has to go in your chamber of imagery. It has to go in your mind. It's not something you physically lay out before somebody. It is about entering into your chamber of imagery. And the Messiah sows these seeds. And he gives it to his apostles to sow the seed, who trained the 70 to sow the seed, who trained the people to go and sow the seed. And they go to people, as we mentioned earlier in the class. They sow a seed, and people just reject it. I don't want that. And that's the Satan coming, and those seeds don't even take root. Satan just comes and picks them off. That's like, once again, the people that are like the outlet in the UK, and you got an American plug, and you're trying to plug, it just doesn't fit, just doesn't work.
Sacrifice, that's witchcraft.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, Bible's man-made. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
But you believe in science is man-made. Okay. That makes all the sense in the world. Come on now.
Seed gone.
Right. The seed.
Up.
Yeah. Right. Satan sent all the birds to devour up that seed. Now, what else?
Verse 20. But he that received the seed in stony places.
Those with a stony heart. Yeah, the seed took root. Read on.
The same as he that heareth the word, and anon with joy receiveth it.
They hear it and with joy receive it. They are happy. And it's taking root. It's starting to grow. And they're joyous. But then what happened?
Verse 21. Yet he hath no root in himself.
He in himself is not rooted in it. He is not fully invested in it. Then what else?
But endure for a while. For when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended.
When the sun comes and shines on that plant that's growing that had little root, it starts to wither away because it wasn't getting the nutrients that it needs.
Eating from many tables.
Exactly, eating from many tables or many tablets of stone. Think about this like the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt. Look at them. Any little problem, they're ready to hop back in idolatry. They were not deeply rooted. Moses brought forth the tree of life. They're like, I don't want that. I want the leeks and melons from Egypt. Tribulation was there. They were in a desert walking. It was hot. The sun was beaming on them. And what they say? Moses, you brought us out here to die of thirst? Moses like, face palm. What are you doing, man? Yeah. You don't see what the Most High is doing? Can the Most High bring forth water? Can he set a table in the desert? I'm thirsty, Moses. You know what? Let's kill Moses. Let's go back to Egypt. Stony heart. They loved the carnality. They were ready to abdicate their duty of offering peace offerings in the chamber of imagery so they can go back to Egypt and live a comfortable life. To work, to be a servant and a slave.
Right? After all that glory they done seen.
You saw so much glory. You saw, as we mentioned last week, a pillar of fire by night and a cloud by day. You saw the plagues upon the Egyptians. You saw the Most High parting the sea and you crossing over safely. And you go in the desert and your shoes are not withering away. Your shoes are not getting weak, but can the Most High put water in the desert? Brother, what is wrong with you? You have that stony heart. You love carnality. Put these peace offerings in your heart, brother, and recognize that the Most High is more powerful than this physical realm. You can go up and, like Hezekiah, offer peace offerings and overcome a dying flesh and get an extra 15 years to your life. You can be like David and offering peace offerings and be found perfect with Abba. You can be like all these great saints who trusted in Abba with peace offerings in their heart, but you chose to be that stony heart. You chose to be that stony place that produced nothing. You got a little bit growing. Yeah, you rejoiced, but problems came and you hightailed it out of there.
Yeah, making simple excuses to get out of here.
Right. And we see this today. We see this exact same thing today. A little inconvenience. I'm out of here.
There's no love here.
Not trying to go too deep, but yeah. Ain't no love here. What does that mean? What does that really mean? That doesn't mean what brothers think it is. That means you are unsatisfied about something else. And let me scramble and find something I don't like. You know what? I was going to do something and the brother didn't call me. Priest Gabar, how many times you called me? Priest Gabar, I thought you were going to come to my house and give me a back rub. You know I was going to do it. Where's my back rub? What do you want from us? We taught you how to give oblations and sacrifice, how to endure. That is some love, if I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
As Chief Priest says, we could go in our basement and teach one another, and that's it. We could just keep it amongst the family. But no, this is love. We're taking our time. I could be out here doing anything else. I'm here on the Shabbat, past the Shabbat, teaching brothers and sisters how to give peace offerings in the chamber of imagery. That's love. That's true love. Not all this other stuff. Not who called me, who didn't call me. That's irrelevant.
Weighty matter.
Right.
Yeah.
I go through stuff all the time. How many times I want a brother call me? I'm good, not because I'm strong, but because I lean on Abba and give these peace offerings in my chamber of imagery.
Yeah.
That's it.
We focus more on the spiritual than the flesh.
Focus on the spiritual, not the flesh. Brother's saying, oh, we down packing on spiritual, but you lacking the physical things. Brother, are you out your mind? Yeah, which is more greater?
What profited man?
Yeah, physical profited nothing.
Going back to Moses.
Going back to Moses, you got that stony heart. It took a little root, and with joy you received it.
Gained all that carnality. Lose your soul.
Right. Lost everything because the sun came and you couldn't withstand it. Get rid of the stony heart. Get rid of the tablets of stone. Get rid of the old covenant. Get rid of the physical ways and have a heart full of peace offerings unto Abba. And that conquers everything. Hezekiah conquered death with the peace offering. The Messiah conquered death with the peace offering. What more can they do to us? Is our plight worse than those of the apostles? The apostles are about to be killed brutally. What's our plight? Man, I don't know where I don't know how I'm gonna pay rent. Let me not say that. That's not a small thing. That's a great thing. But if somebody putting a sword to your neck and say, if you renounce this, you're gonna die? Nope. No. But look how strong the apostles were. Look how strong Stephen was. Knew what was about to happen. He saw them with stones and their arms cocked back. He's like, I ain't leaving this. I see the Messiah on the throne next to Abba Yahweh in heaven, and they're about to receive me. Go ahead and chuck a stone at me. I'm ready for this. How much more should we say, my rent? Yeah, I can't do no offerings. I gotta pay my rent. That's nothing to Abba Yahweh. Men got stoned and put to death for this. Take away the carnal man. Take away these carnal thoughts and put in us a fleshly heart or a heart of the gospel of peace offerings. Put that in us so that it can be filled with peace offerings, and that will overcome everything. This is the only thing that will make us perfect. You want to overcome the tribulation of this world? The answer is not a job. The answer is not carnality. It is the peace offerings that we offer in heaven. That is the answer to all things. And with that, you can overcome all things.
Yeah, preach, it's just a matter of perspective and priority. All this that you're bringing out, what would have priority over that?
Mm-hmm. What did Paul say? Let nothing take you away from this. What can separate us from the love of the Messiah? Can tribulation? Can captivity? Can death? He said, Abba forbid. Yeah. Let none of these things separate you from this gospel of peace offering. This is some good news to people that are scattered abroad. It's good news. Look at what Moses brought. Moses brought some good news to the children of Israel. He told them, when you're scattered and you're in the land of your enemy, good news, brother. You can still do this. It is in your heart to do it. It is in your heart to think on it and speak. That's some good news to people that's scattered abroad.
Yeah.
We don't have to get a cruise liner and get everybody and put them on a boat and go and conquer Jerusalem and set up a temple there. That's some good news that we got a temple that they can't even touch.
Yeah.
And we can go in there and give oblations and have a perfect heart. And it's also good news the Most High is going to do all the work. I don't have to lift a finger. I can lay on my bed and give these oblations. That's the best work from home you can possibly do. I can right on point. We can do that anywhere we are, anywhere we're scattered, and the Most High will do the work. We just got to go in our chamber of imagery and do what the Most High commanded us and have a perfect heart, and the Most High will then bring us into the land. He will split the ocean. He will cause us to go across. He will set up the land. We don't have to go and irrigate the Sahara Desert. The Most High will bring wells of water to spring up out and water that land and make it a Garden of Eden like it was before. We don't have to lift a finger.
You already see that. I mean, there's been accounts and events of that.
Oh, yeah, already.
In the desert.
Oh, yeah.
Flowers springing up. So,
you're seeing rivers developing in places where they weren't before.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing climate shifting. You're seeing the poles, the North Pole, where it was, it's like in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. I think it's shifting.
Yeah.
It used to be over by Greenland. They said it's shifting miles every year over toward Siberia, toward Russia. Now, if the poles change, the whole earth is shifting. Look at the equator. Everything along the equator is green and luscious.
Yeah.
The rainforest is right on the equator. Ecuador, it's called that because it's on the equator. Look at Africa. The Congo, it's a jungle because it's on the equator. Now imagine the poles are shifting. I wish I had a globe right here so I could demonstrate it. Imagine the poles shifting. The equator is going to shift up.
Yeah.
It's about 20 degrees below the Sahara. So if the pole shifts 20 degrees, where's that equator going to be? Right on the Sahara. Right on the city of Adam. Don't think this is beyond the Most High's power. He cursed it. He can bless it. This is not above his power. But if you're caught up in that stony heart, what would the Most High say in his anger? You shall not enter into my rest. I don't want to hear those words.
Yeah.
I do not want to be left here in Babylon when it burns. Let me be in the city of Adam. Let's finish that up. And if you would get Matthew 15.
Let's see. Verse 22. He also that receiveth seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he becometh unfruitful. But he that receiveth seed into a good ground is he that heareth the word.
So this is the good ground. This is the fleshly heart, or the basar heart, the heart that receives the gospel of peace. He shall receive it, it shall take root, and it shall grow, and it shall bear fruit. This is what we're supposed to do. We are supposed to bear fruit. Let's read on.
And understandeth it, which also bear fruit, and bringeth forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30.
Actually, get 1 Peter 1 and 13. We're going to go, and Preacher Sheem, you get Matthew 15 and 1.
13?
1, yeah, come on, 1 Peter 1, 13. So we see that fleshly heart brings forth fruit. It produces things. It grows, some more than others, and that's fine. But all you got to do is produce. Look at the parable of the master that left the talent to his servants. He gave 5 to one, and he flipped it and made 5. He said, brother, here's 10 more. Go ahead. You were the master of little, I will make you the master of much. Look at the one that received 2. Flipped it, made another 2. Brought forth 4. And he gave him, and the master came back and gave him another 4. Said, well done. You are a master of little, I shall make you a master of much. Well, look at the one that received a little seed. He received it, but he was on some stony ground. He said, I was afraid because you're going to reap what you don't sow. I was going to flip this and I was just going to give it back to you. I didn't want to do that, so I just saved it up for you. Here you go. And that sounds like, simple to us. We receive it and we just store it up. We just keep it safe. What did he say to that servant?
Wicked servant.
You wicked and slothful servant.
Lazy.
You are lazy. Take what he has and give it to the one that has much. Don't take this seed and just store it away. Take this seed and plant it and produce fruit. Then those fruit produce 10 seeds. Then take those 10 seeds and plant more. And then each one of those 10 produce another 10. Keep it growing. The Most High doesn't want you to be slothful. I receive this. I'm just going to keep it. I'm just going to be in my home and do it. No. Produce fruit. Bear fruit. Execute this and spread it abroad. Do the work that was required of us. Don't have the stony heart of loving carnality and being scared of the things that are of the flesh. Be those that receive the heart of good tidings, of gospel, and bring forth fruit. Let's get that 1 Peter 1:13.
Wherefore, gird up the loins of your mind.
Gird up the loins, the reproductive organs of your mind. Your mind reproduces. Don't be those ones in Ezekiel that are reproducing bad little children. Running around, writing on the walls, cussing your parents out. Don't be that one. Don't produce that from your chamber of imagery. Those abominations, which is equivalent to the idolatry and the wickedness and the folly, defiling the house of Abba. Gird up the loins of your mind and produce righteous fruit, peace offering. This is what your mind should be producing. And you have an infinite store of it. In your chamber of imagery, that womb does not dry up. You don't get 50 years old and you can no longer produce children. It's not like that in chamber of imagery. You can produce all the days of your life. Make sure you're producing all the days of your life. Gird up the loins of your mind. Protect them from those wild birds that will come and eat up this seed. Protect it from the adversary, because he would do just what he did to Solomon. Send forth a wicked person to turn you into something wicked and make you start doing something wicked. Take your perfect heart filled with peace and change it over to something filled with idolatry. Let's read on.
Be sober and hope to the end for the grace that is to be brought unto you at the revelation of the Messiah the Prince, as obedient children, not fashioning yourselves according to the former lust in your ignorance. But as he which has called you is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation.
Sounds very similar to what was in Matthew 5. Be ye holy as the Most High is holy. Be ye perfect as Abba is perfect. Be perfect. Be holy. Don't be defiled by the ways of this world. Don't have these abominations in your chamber of imagery. Keep your chamber of imagery set apart. Yeah, I know there's some abominations on the television. I know there's abominations on social media. I know there's abominations everywhere. Don't let that in your chamber of imagery. Don't start producing that as fruit. I see a bunch of people doing it. You can hear it in people's conversations. Oh, I know you've been on social media every day because I hear it coming out of your mouth. And if that's coming out of your mouth, it's in your chamber of imagery too. Be holy. Read the 16th verse.
Because it is written, be ye holy, for I am holy.
It is written, be ye holy, for I am holy, says Abba, Yahweh. Be ye perfect, for I am perfect, says Abba, Yahweh. Be ye perfect. Be tamim and have shalom in your heart. This is what we must be. And this is how Adam was. We want to be tamim like Adam. Then in our hearts, we must have shalom, the peace offerings. As we start to close this down, let's go to Matthew 15:1. And if you would grab Revelations 21:1, Priest Kabaria.
Then came Yahushua, scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. But he answered and said unto them, Why do you also transgress the commandment of Abba Yahweh by your tradition?
These were those, as we showed before in last week's class, these were those with a stony heart. They loved carnality. They loved physical things. I wash my hands before every time I eat. I'm righteous. And so I came back and said, no, you're not. Why do you transgress the commandments of Abba by the traditions of men? You are washing the outside, but the inside is filthy. You're those that Ezekiel was talking about. You were that high priest, Jaaziah, the son of Shaphan. Yeah, you look good. Had the crown of glory that Aaron wore on his head. Had the priestly robes on, the ephod. But inside, you were wicked as hell. Why do you transgress Abba's commandments while upholding the traditions of men? Read on.
Verse 4. For Abba Yahweh commanded, saying, honor thy father and mother, and he that curseth father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, There
was a statute in Moses' covenant that says if there is a son that's disobedient, and the father and mother worked with him and were teaching him, he just bucked up like some of these kids today. F you, mom. I'm gonna do what I want. Give me my Xbox. They shall take him to the elders, and the elders shall say, this is a rebellious, rambunctious kid. What they do? Take him out back, grab some stones, and go ahead and produce another child, because you're going to need him. This is what they shall do. He shall die the death. But how do the Pharisees pervert this? Read on.
Verse 5. But ye say, whosoever shall say to his father or his mother, it is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me.
The Pharisees take that and turn it upside down, like Isaiah said. Nah, I'm the gift, Mom. I'm not your servant. You're my servant. Yeah, go make me some dinner, Mom. Hey, Dad, go ahead and bring that money. Bring home the bacon. I'm trying to sit back and play this video game.
I didn't ask to be here.
Yeah, I ain't asked to be here. It's y'all fault. So make sure you pay the bill, because I want to play my Xbox. I need that. I need the lights. I need the internet. And make sure, hey, order me some pizza. I'm the gift here, all right? Better be happy you got me.
Here comes the speed knot.
Here comes a stone flying upside your head. So, the Pharisees took that and turned it upside down. Tell your parents you're the gift. You're the prophet. Absolutely not. Read on.
Verse 6. And honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus have ye made the commandment of Abba Yahweh of none effect by your tradition.
Your traditions, your stony heart, your loving of carnality has made Abba's law, statutes, and commandments of none effect in your land, in your governance. Let's read on.
Verse 7. Ye hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying, this people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.
Exactly what we read earlier. They want to say, I'm Pharisees, I know the law, I know Abba Yahweh, and they say all this with their mouth, but their hearts are far from him. Their hearts are not full of the peace offering. If they were, they wouldn't put their traditions above the commandments of Abba. Let's read on.
Verse 9. But in vain they do worship.
But in vain they worship. They are offering bullocks upon the altar, multitudes of them. Mosiah said this is vain. Messiah said this is vanity. You are just stroking your ego. This is not pleasing me, says Abba. You are giving oblations that are vain. They are no longer worth it. This is what Isaiah also said in Isaiah 10. That your high holy days, your feasts, I want nothing to do with them. I want the sacrifices of the inward man. I want the sacrifice of the heart. I'd rather you give no bullocks and have peace in your heart than give 1,000 bullocks and no oblations in sight in your chamber of imagery. Let's read on.
Continuing in verse 9. Teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. Verse 10. And he called the multitude and said unto them, hear and understand. Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man.
Once again, another thing Christians take and run through the mud. No, this is not a green light to eat pork and shrimp and catfish. That which goeth in my mouth don't defile me. Well, you are already defiled because your chamber of imagery is off. Once again, you're doing exactly what the Pharisees did, taking the traditions of men and putting them above the statutes of Abba. The traditions of the Europeans was to eat pork day in and day out. Pork was easy to raise. Pork lasted well in the European climate, and they took that over here in the Americas. And their slaves, what were they giving them? Pork?
Chitterlings.
And not pork, but poke. That's what they were giving them. That's what the slaves were eating. The chitlins and all that. And we have taken that tradition and said, I still want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So a Christian pastor has to put the traditions of themselves above Abba. I see right here in Leviticus, it says, don't eat pork. Don't offer pork, therefore don't eat it. I love me some pork. So I'm going to find a way to eat that.
Let no man.
There we go. I found
judge
it.
you in meat and drink.
Galatians, let no man, or Colossians, let no man judge you in meat and drink. See, brother, meat, pork, I can eat that. You have put the doctrines of men above the doctrine of Abba. Your heart was not in the peace offerings, or else that would not have happened. This is not what the Messiah was saying in verse 11. That it's not which goeth into a man's mouth. What he's talking about is he didn't wash his hands before he ate some food. And the Pharisees, knowing the law, saw that you were baptized before an oblation, and they took that and spread it to other things. Mm-hmm. I'm going to wash my hands before any time I eat. That's the same thing as people who say grace before they get their plate. They get their plate, and, let's say grace.
You ain't say your grace, brother?
You defiled it? No, brother, you are putting your own traditions above Abba. That's not what it's about. And you find that nowhere in scriptures. That is not what grace is. What the Pharisees doing the exact same thing. I gotta wash my hands before I eat. I gotta say grace. I bet they were saying something too before they ate. It wasn't just washing their hands. They probably washed their hands, held hands, probably saying something about their food, and then ate. Sign saying that is not what it is. If there was a speck of dirt on my hand and I ate it, that's not going to defile me. If there was mud on my hands, that's not going to defile me. If I scratch my head and I got dandruff in my hands, it's nasty, but it's not going to defile me. Yeah. But that which cometh out of my mouth will defile me. Now, what does that mean? What he's talking about is your chamber of imagery. Your mouth is a reflection of what's in your chamber of imagery. If you got wickedness in your chamber of imagery, you're going to speak on some wickedness. If you got abomination in your chamber of imagery, you're going to speak on it. If you love carnality, you're going to speak on carnality. I know you know some people.
Oh, yeah.
You used to be in Israel, and you call them up now, and it's all carnality. That tells you what's on their mind. I'm about my job. I'm about my money. I'm about this and that. What about this covenant? What about oblations? Oh, yeah, that's cool. But I got to get on my job. Yeah. I got to work.
That's a clear sign that they have left.
Spirit of wisdom has left the building.
They used to talk about spiritual things, but then when you call them, all they talking about is carnality.
All they talking about is their job, work, money, football game, anything that's carnal. This comes out of their mouth, and a better translation would probably be that they were already defiled. You know they're defiled by what comes out of their mouth. When they talking about physical things, they are already defiled. They have defiled the chamber of imagery. They are doing what Ezekiel saw. Their chamber of imagery is defiled.
What they say, priest, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speak?
Out of the abundance of the heart, whatever's in your heart, your mouth shall speak on it. Your flesh shall replicate that. If you have spirituality in your heart, you shall speak spirituality. You get a bunch of priests together, we sure are going to talk about oblations and sacrifices and something regarding the scriptures.
Yeah.
You get a bunch of worldly people, they're going to talk about worldly things. What fellowship has light with darkness? If there's darkness coming out of your mouth, you got some darkness in your chamber of imagery. Light is not going to fellowship there. Let's drop that. Let's go to Revelation 21, verse 1. And, you got that? Let's go ahead and read that as we start to close down this class. Remember, that which cometh out of the man is what is a sign of if his chamber of imagery is defiled. Let's read on.
And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from Abba out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of Abba Yahweh is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and Abba himself shall be with them and be their Abba.
All right, jump down to the 21st verse. So John is now seeing heavenly Jerusalem, the same abode of Adam when he was made as a perfect being, the house of fire, where the divine heavenly fire burns up the spiritual oblations, offers up the oblations in your chamber of imagery. It shall be upon the earth. It will be like the initial days of creation. This is what the Messiah consecrated, a way that was perfect. Adam's initial way. He came and made it perfect and holy. And it shall be Jerusalem, holy Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem, the Garden of Eden, shall hover above the city of Adam, and it shall be made perfect. Read verse 21.
And the 12 gates were 12 pearls. Every several gate was of one pearl. And the streets of the city was pure gold, as it were transparent glass. And I saw no temple therein, for Abba Yahweh and the Lamb are the temple of it.
So he saw no physical temple. He didn't see what Moses built. He didn't see what Solomon built, because Abba's house in heaven was the temple. The Lamb's throne, where he sat next to Abba Yahweh, was the temple. The actual real temple that Adam had from the beginning was the actual temple that they served at. No need for Moses to come and build a shadow, because the real deal is there. The real McCoy, as they call it. Let's read on.
And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of Abba did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof.
Just like Adam. Adam, when he was angelic, had no need of the sun, no need of the moon. Remember, when he was made physical, night came. He was like, yo, what is this?
Yeah.
It is dark. Eve, I can't see you.
The Most High was trying to kill him.
Yeah. Darkness came upon it. And then the Most High had to comfort him and say, it's only 12 hours long. Don't worry.
Yeah.
12 hours? This never happened in the garden. Then, after the 11th or the 12th hour, the sun started to rise. He was like, what is this? This is an angel coming to kill me.
It's 100 degrees out here.
It's getting hot and there's a brightness. What's going on? Most High had to come back and comfort him again. Don't worry, that's just the sun. This is a cycle called a day. The night comes for 12 hours and the day is going to come for 12 hours. This is what you're going to have to do for 7,000 years, Adam. Ooh. But back in the day, it wasn't like that. And in the future, it will not be like that. There will be no need for the sun or the moon, because the Abba and the Lamb shall be the light thereof, just like it was for Adam. Things shall be made perfect. Read on.
And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it.
Even the nations must have a perfect heart, must have a heart full of peace offering. Everybody in their chamber of imagery needs to be envisioning their portion of the peace offering. Whether it be the priest offering it, they need to envision that in their chamber of imagery. Whether it be the children of Israel receiving the fruit from the tree of life, they need to envision that. And whether it be the nations that are cleaving to the skirt of all those that call themselves Jews and are partaking in the peace, everybody needs to be envisioning that in spirit. The nations shall also walk in this light.
Israel, your cousins are coming home.
Right. They're coming home. Let's read on.
And the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor unto it.
The kings of the earth also shall bring their honor and glory unto it. They shall bring their wares and their goods and their offerings unto the sons of Adam, who shall offer oblations and sacrifices as it was from the beginning. This is how it was from the beginning, so shall it be in the end. This is what the Messiah was talking about. He was the first, and he is the last. This is how it shall be once again. Read on.
And the gates of it shall not be shut all day, at all by day, for there shall be no night there. And they shall bring the glory and the honor of the nations unto it.
The earth shall be so plenteous and so bountiful that there won't even be a time we can close the gates. Hey, I know it's 6th month, 10th day, or 11th day, but I still got some fruit to bring. Can I bring it? Sure, I know it's not tabernacles. I know it's not Feast of Weeks, but come on in. Bring your fruit. That's a beautiful thing. The earth is producing at all times, and the nations are bringing it in. Let's read on.
And there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth.
And anything defiled will not enter in. If your chamber of imagery is not perfect, if your heart is not giving up peace offerings, you're not making it to the kingdom. That's what Israel loves to say. You ain't wearing no fringes, you ain't making it to the kingdom. Well, I say unto you, brother, if you're not offering peace offerings in your chamber of imagery, you are not making it to the kingdom. If you are defiled thinking about football, you are not making it to the kingdom. If you caught up on Kyrie Irving and how he's supposed to be an Israelite and he's the light, you are not making it to the kingdom, brother. Where are the peace offerings? All this talk about Kyrie and he shaved his beard. And where are your peace offerings? Non-existent. You are defiled. Change your ways. Take out the stony heart. Take out the heart that loves carnal things and love the spiritual. Put in you a heart that receives the gospel of peace offerings and produce in your chamber of imagery. Sow that seed and let it take root in fertile ground and produce fruit unto Abba. Because anything that is defiled will not make it into this new kingdom. Read on.
Neither whatsoever worketh abominations or maketh a lie, but they which are written in the Lamb's book of life.
This is the only thing that will enter into the city of Adam. You got peace offerings in your chamber of imagery? Welcome in. You have that mark of Abba, a circumcised heart? Welcome in. You got a brother dunking a basketball in your chamber of imagery?
Open the books.
He ain't making it. You got all the stats of Michael Jordan and LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, but no peace offerings to show?
Open the book.
Open the books. And he ain't written in the book of life.
Done.
You are not making it to the kingdom of heaven, to the kingdom of the city of Adam. So let's make sure that our hearts are perfect. Let's not be beguiled by false translations. A perfect heart doesn't mean kumbaya. A perfect heart means you are offering oblations, shalom, in your chamber of imagery. We'll close down the class here and open the floor for Q&A about this class, A Perfect Heart. Anybody in the audience have any questions? Anybody online have any questions? Now is the time to pose them. Please try to make sure they're related to this class, anything we mentioned in this class, or even anything we mentioned in the previous class.
It's pure power.
I'll praise the Most High.
Yeah.
All praises. Although anybody in the audience have any questions related to this class? All right. We got one question in the back. Yep.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. All praises.
All praises to Abba for this amazing class.
All
Part
praises.
2 of last week, so I'm just grateful unto Abba because this is great stuff.
All praises, Most
To
High.
assist us as we're still in this flesh trying to make
Yeah.
it. Right? So I have a few questions, priest. So going off the last thing that you just spoke out of Revelations in 1 Pt.2 and 14. I don't know if you want to read that, then I can ask my question.
What's that? Say the scripture again.
1 Peter 2, 14.
You can go and read it.
1 Peter 2 and 14. Or unto
No,
governors.
Sorry, got the wrong Peter.
Another one I went through was 1 Peter 1. You mean the maybe the 14th verse of 1 Peter 1?
No. It's 2 Peter 3:14.
Okay.
2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 14. Wherefore, beloved, seeing that you look for such things, be diligent that ye may be found of him in peace, without spot and blameless. Powerful.
So, in reading that scriptures in Ephesians chapter 5 and 27, he's saying that this is the church that Yahushua is going to come back for, a church without spot or blemish. Is this without spot or blemish because he is found of him in peace without spot?
Say the question one more time.
So in Ephesians 5 and 27, I'm not sure if you want to read that as well.
Ephesians chapter 5 and verse 27, that he might present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but it should be holy and without blemish.
So in 2 Peter 3 and 14, it's speaking about us being found in those peace offerings. Is this the church that Yahushua is coming back for, or those that are found within those peace offerings?
Exactly. And not just the peace offerings. There's 3 things written there that are not there for no reason. Found of peace, without spot, and blameless. What does that mean? Let's focus on the without spot. What's the spot? What are spots in your feast of charity? It's people that have sin on them, that Satan is using to bring forth division and separation within your feast. So he's looking for those without sin, those that have continued in the sin offerings of this new covenant and bound sin and removed it from them. Those are blameless. But we can follow suit with this. How you become blameless? There is no transgression that Satan can use against you to blame you. So you're giving up the trespass offering. So Paul is telling us, or Peter is telling us, we need to still be doing the sin and trespass offerings. And then after you've been without spot, blameless, come and give these peace offerings in your chamber of imagery, just like you were saying, and be found in peace. Exactly as you said. This is the church that the Messiah is looking for. He's looking for a body, an assembly that has given up sin offerings, trespass offerings, and the peace offerings according to this new covenant. Those are those that the Messiah will make perfect.
Essential.
Right on point.
Praises. So my second question is around the Matthew 13, 3 through 23 that we went through. I had went to Mark 4 because I had a question, but you went there. I just wanted to know if you can expound a little bit on the 30, 60, and 100. Is this multiplication of the peace offerings? Does this have to do with virtue? Does it also have to do with the works that we may be doing unto the Heavenly Father? What is that 30, 60, and 100?
So that is essentially all of those things. It is the peace offerings. You have to multiply them. You have to grow them. It's the teaching of this. It's really whatever attribute is given to you. As we said, we brought the analogy of we made this analogous to the parable of those that were given the multiple talents. Everybody's given different ones according to their own different ability. Some person might only be able to direct you to the priest. He may not be somebody who can teach. Yeah. He just says, hey, watch this video. Go talk to these priests. And he did his job. He grew it. He was that one that had the 30. He did whatever small field he could plow and grow fruit, metaphorically speaking. And there's those that have the 50. There's those that are in that middle range, that middle tier that can do more. They can teach, they can edify, they can partake in these oblations, and they're coming to these feasts all the time. They're spreading it out to the family. They're giving their tithes and their offerings and doing everything they can to bring forth more fruit. And there's those at that higher calling that the Most High knows can produce a great amount of fruit. And he gave it to them and said, I gave you 1,000 acres, 100 acres. Give me 100 acres worth of fruit.
Yeah.
And they plowed the whole field and they brought forth everything. They were not only teaching, though, they signed up to be priests. They got consecrated. They executed the priest's office. They worked in the Day of Atonement. They did all these things. They got rid of sin. They did all these things and brought forth fruit. But all of it has to do with everybody according to their several ability, as the scriptures say. Everybody is given their specific lot in life. And we are to fulfill it. And we're not to be the ones that say, I want to be like him. Don't say that. Because you better be ready to plow 100 acres by yourself. It's not nice being at the top. People think it's nice. They look at the priesthood and say, I need to be that. Don't ask for that. Don't ask for that, brother. You don't know what this is like. This is tough.
Many sleepless nights.
Yep.
The water for your service.
All praise the Most High. And it's not for me, it's for the Most High. So we take it willingly. So everybody just needs to do it according to their own ability. The Most High knows everybody's ability. Be able to take it and do it. Most High wanted you to plow 30 acres, do it. Most High wanted you to plow 50 acres, do it. Most High wanted you to plow 100 acres, do it. Because he knows you can.
Yeah.
So that's what it's symbolizing. Not so much a specific number, but the different abilities and different levels that everybody will be on. But everybody must produce fruit. And that, as you said, is the peace offerings. That's the edification. That's all the things of this covenant. Whatever it is, you must produce fruit in it.
Water.
Yeah, the bar.
So in Deuteronomy 27, we know that is the vow that we take, and that is the vow that, Moses had also had the children of Israel agree to by way of the Holy Spirit. So in Ezekiel chapter 8, when we read that, in verse 5, you said of the image of jealousy, that when he sees that, he sees this idol that's in there. So my question is, when we come into this covenant and partake of the spiritual sacrifices, and we are offering ourselves as a temple unto the Heavenly Father, when he sees anything but perfection, are we invoking this image of jealousy?
Depends on what do you mean by perfection? Just so I can make sure I answer your question correctly.
The fact that a perfect heart, having those peace offerings in there.
Exactly. In that case, yes. Anything outside of peace offerings and oblation toward Abba, you have let sin in. You have let Satan set up whatever he wanted to set up. And that's why you mentioned, the book of Maccabees, where the Greeks started invading and they said, hey, take up this game of discus.
Yeah.
The priests, it didn't say they worshiped idols. It said the priests didn't want to offer at the altar because they were playing discus. So they put this discus up in their chamber of imagery. And you may say that's not necessarily an idol, but they set it up just as if it were an idol.
Yeah.
They put discus above Abba. So, and the reason I asked for you to make sure you say perfect, because some people I know probably watch both videos and still can't define it. I don't want them thinking if you're transgressing, your heart is wicked. Remember, we talked about David. David transgressed on some high-level transgressions. Yeah. Most High still says his heart was perfect. So we may slip up, we may stumble, we may fall. But your heart must still be perfect. Get back in these oblations.
Yeah.
You may do something you shouldn't do. Get back in the oblations. Get on your peace offerings. Get on your sin and trespass offerings. And you shall still be perfect. Even though you commit adultery, you count and number the children of Israel, your heart shall still be perfect as long as you set nothing up above Abba Yahweh. All right.
Thank you.
I'll praise it.
Just two more. So it's
you're good.
When we were reading the scripture in 2 Kings 20:1, when we were reading about Hezekiah pleading, unto Abba, is this an example of him casting in virtue from all the years of giving peace offerings that he was able to ask of Abba?
Right on point.
Life.
Right on point. You see, and that's something that I was thinking on. I just didn't want to go into for time's sake. That's exactly what it is. He had treasure stored up in heaven. That's why he said, Abba, look at my bank account. Yeah. Look at this up in heaven. You see what I got? Can I buy life? Most I said, let me calculate. Yep, it's enough. It's an extra 50. You bought yourself an extra 15, brother. Here you go. That's exactly what it was. It was all the virtue from living a righteous, godly life. These are things that you can do with virtue. Shows you how much power it has over physical money. Who can buy themselves a long life?
Yeah. You
got these decrepit old rich people looking like they're ready to pass away, buying new hearts. They can buy that with their money, but it only gives them a little extra few years.
Yeah.
They might have bought them another year, maybe another 2, but Hezekiah bought himself 15 years. This is what he could do with that, like you said, that virtue, that spiritual currency that he got by offering the peace offerings, by being a good steward over the people, he did some virtuous deeds, like he invited the children of Israel in the kingdom that was wicked to come and do the Passover. That's some virtuous stuff right there. Dude probably racked up about 50 billion virtue points right there.
Tell Hezekiah his card went through.
It was not declined, brother. You good.
Yeah, you good.
The con, that right on point. And for those online that are watching that haven't seen the classes on virtue, you need to go and watch them.
Yeah.
If you don't understand this virtue, you need some.
So at the very beginning, when you read Hebrews 10, this is in the introduction, and you spoke about the Yahweh had consecrated this covenant only once. There was something you said, and I just wanted to get clarity on it. So my question is, if one steps away from the seventh covenant, they come in, they step away from the seventh covenant for whatever reason, but they want to come back, are we required to be reconsecrated, rededicating ourselves unto Abba? Or is it just a matter of getting back within those spiritual feast, Thanksgiving, sin, and trespass offerings?
No. The reason you can't get reconsecrated because there's no coming back.
Okay.
So it's a little different than Moses' covenant. This happened several times. Joshua had to go and consecrate the people again. Nehemiah had to consecrate the people again. But once again, the Messiah is not going to consecrate this covenant again for you. So those who tread underfoot the blood of the Messiah are counted worthy of a punishment more sore than Moses. Now, with that being said, that doesn't mean Satan deceived them and they went astray for a little bit and they come back. There's a little difference in that. But we're talking about people that come and start scoffing at it.
Yeah.
People that hate this. Those that left never really left. Those that went astray, I should say, never really left. And they come back, they were of Abba already. The Most High already knows who he's choosing. So if you got consecrated, you're still in it. There is no walking away from this spiritual consecration. But those that walk away and start scoffing at it, start chiding on it, start spreading lies and falsehoods about it, saying we're worshiping demons. There's a brother who left and said, we consecrate him with real blood. Brother, you bring in the blood of the Messiah to none effect. Why would we use real blood? The Messiah said use the blood of grapes. This is his blood. If we use real blood, we were of not using the blood of the Messiah, the Prince, which, of course, we did. You chided against the blood of the Messiah directly, saying we use blood of bulls instead of the blood of the Messiah. That brother could not come back. But those that got deceived and Satan led them on the path of destruction, and then they wake up and say, oh, what was I doing? They didn't necessarily start saying wickedness and start doing abominations and start worshiping idols. They come back and they hop right into these oblations. So, good question.
All praises. Thank you.
All praises.
All praises.
And there's a lot of things that I want to bring out. I don't know if any priests had anything they want to say on that.
No.
All right. There's a lot of things that I wanted to bring out in this class that just for time's sake we couldn't. But one thing I want to bring out is this 2 Timothy 2:15. The sister brought that 2 Peter's and made me think of this scripture. 2 Timothy 2:15. Go ahead and read it.
Study to show thyself approved unto Abba, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
All right. So people take this and start to say, study, show yourself approved. Read this Bible and you will be approved. But there's so many people that have read the Bible front to back, back to front, and are not approved. Now, when you go and look at this is another bad translation. When you look at the word, it doesn't say study. It says be diligent. Be diligent to show yourself approved.
Different.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
Big difference. Study is one specific thing, but being diligent encapsulates everything. Give up these peace offerings diligently. Yes, you still study the scriptures diligently. Still go and give your sin offerings diligently. Go and teach your brethren diligently. And doing all these things, the Most High shall approve you. But there's so many people that study the Bible, know Hebrew, and the Most High has not approved them. It is not about how much you study. So we as Israel need to get that out of our mind. Once again, so many people have read this book and are not approved. There's Christians that know the Bible better than some Israelites. But they are not approved like Israel is. Because Israel is diligent. A lot of them are anyway. And we must continue to be diligent. Only those that are diligent shall be approved by Abba.
And if I could add to that, there are men out there, and we've seen. I don't know about everybody else, but I've seen it firsthand here at the House of Wisdom. Just because you know the Hebrew does not mean that you know what's going on in the scriptures, because they got many men that understand this Hebrew way better than maybe some of us at the House of Wisdom, but they're not getting the meat offerings and the drink offerings and the oblations unto the Most High. They don't understand the peace offerings. They don't understand what it is to be perfect, but they know the Hebrew. So knowing the Hebrew is not going to bring you into the understanding what the Holy Spirit has brought us unto.
Con.
The only reason we are able to understand the Hebrew and study it and bring forth the good information is because the Spirit of wisdom is bringing back to our remembrance.
Yeah.
Not because we studied Hebrew. It's because the Spirit of wisdom brought forth the enlightenment so that we can perfect it with the Urim and the Thummim. And that word, for anybody that was curious, is G4704, spudadzo. It means endeavor, be diligent, labor, work in Abba's work to be studied, to be approved. Got another question? Go ahead.
Shalom, priest.
Shalom.
I kind of want to add to what Priest Kabari was talking about. In Matthew 5 and I want to say like 18 through 19, it talks about the not one jot nor one tittle. I guess what I'm trying to say is if it's regarding the offerings and regarding the kingdom, and the priest offerings definitely is what was like the opening to be able to be received into the kingdom, and the priest offerings literally is the law. If he came not to do away with it but to fulfill it, for those who are reading the word and they think they study and they showing themselves approved, yet they don't understand the offerings, like how you said. It's like it's not gonna get to you spiritually. It's not gonna, we're gonna receive the word spiritually from our through the Holy Spirit. So what I'm pretty much trying to say is they're not going to be able to really receive even if you know the Hebrew, because when I learned is the jot and the tittle is dealing with like the different breakdowns of the Hebrew and stuff like that. So is that kind of saying like it doesn't matter if you have an understanding of the Hebrew, or if you are reading whatever, that if you're not doing the peace offerings, and you're not doing the sin offerings, etc., that it's not going to matter if whatever knowledge you have, you're not going to get into the kingdom.
So what it's saying, when he talks about a jot or tittle, he's talking about every little word that came forth from the Spirit of wisdom through man and was written down. So every little point that's written. So he's saying he didn't come, as you mentioned, so he didn't come to do away with the law, but he came to fulfill it. He came to fulfill what the prophets did. He came to, not to change it, not to get rid of it, but to fulfill it, as you mentioned. So he's saying all these things are here, do them. He even said that to his apostles, to his disciples. What the Pharisees do, what the Pharisees say, do it. But what they do, don't do it. So he's saying that the Pharisees study these scriptures and they know them. Still got to do them. Still got to do what he said. These things shall not pass away until he comes back again. So, like you said, that does mean we have to do sin offerings. It's not going to pass away until a new heaven and a new earth come, as we said in Revelations 21. So there shall not be a change to this until we are changed, until that heaven and earth passes away. That's when the jots and tittles shall be changed. Because Moses' covenant, what he wrote, we won't need it anymore. Why do we need to wear garments with ribbons of blue on them and a hem? We're angels. We dwell in the temple. We live in the temple. How am I going to forget the temple? I had to live in it. So we wear this because we're supposed to remember. As carnal beings, we forget. But you're supposed to look down at your shirt and say, oh, wow, Tabernacle is coming up. Let me go to the temple that looks like my garments. If you're an angel, you live in that temple. You're not going to need that anymore. If you're an angel and Satan is bound for 1,000 years, why do you need a sin offering? Satan can accuse you and bring forth sin. So that shall pass away. What Moses brought shall pass away. But not until that reformation, not until that new heaven and new earth come, as the Messiah said. So that jot until is talking about every little point that's in the scripture. Good question.
All praises to the Most High. Thank you, priest, for your dedication and your service.
All praise to the Most High.
All praises to the Most High for this beautiful class. In Matthew 13, you were stating, like, you were just saying, like, the scriptures, is it like a mystery? Like the disciples had asked Christ, you speak to us in parables, but what you guys are giving is like a mystery. So when you were saying, like, everybody's not going to comprehend it, that's the first thing came to my conscience, like, wow, the disciples asked the same question, like, a lot of people are not going to get this. Is it because that you're not chosen? Because he said, why do you speak to me in parables? He says, for you to know, it's for you to know it, this mystery. So it's like everything you guys are giving to us is like it comes from the Urim and the Thummim, the Urim and the Thummim. Yeah, the Urim and Thummim. So it's like everybody looking at y'all like, how y'all get this? You know, and that remind me of scripture of Matthew 13 and 10.
Oh, no, that's exactly it. And that's why he spoke in parables, because it wasn't for everybody. As we mentioned, some are, you're in the UK with an American plug, and you're trying to plug it in the wall. It's just not going to click. Not going to fit. You're not going to get any power, any juice out of this. Well, there's some that hear it, and it starts to click. Starts to make sense. These things are written as parables. So a parable is just that. It's a cryptic saying that's said in another way but has a different meaning. So he talks about sower and the seed because you can compare that to this gospel. You can compare that to the teaching of the Messiah. It's not literally about somebody planting seeds. It's actually about hearing this word. But somebody will hear it and be like, okay, that's nice. Planter planting seeds. All right, let me go to my field. I got a plant right now. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about this new thing. Or he's really talking about something with a different meaning. That's why he spoke in parables, because, as you said, it was only for some to perceive and not for everybody. So, all right, if there's no more questions in the audience, we can go online.
All right, we have a question online. We'll start with Wise One. Question: is listening to reality shows and real-life gossiping, speculating, rumors, and hearsay a stain on our chamber of imagery? Also, is it biblical or spiritual to discuss other people's private affairs?
Good question. So, now people watching or listening to certain music or watching reality TV shows, as I mentioned earlier with social media, you can tell when certain people have been in social media. I hear it all the time. I see certain women, they say certain things about dating and relationships. I'm like, you've been on social media, ain't you? That's what you've been listening to social media pundits talking about some foolishness. Because it seeps inside you. And it doesn't just immediately take over. It's like a drip of water. Just drips down. Before you know it, it's full. You're filled to the brim with abominations, and you cannot fill it up with anything else.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with anything. You watch a reality TV show, next thing you know, you're going to be acting like Monique from a reality TV show. Yeah. You listen to Future, next thing you know, you're going to be sipping codeine like Future. That's a crazy thing, too, as a side note. We'll get back to that question, but as a side note, a lot of these rappers don't even do the stuff they're talking about.
Yeah.
They just influence you and you do it. You got people that, once again, side note, I don't get too much into celebrity culture, but some people may know about a rapper named Juice WRLD. He's no longer on this earth. Passed away, essentially the drug use. And he talked to Future. When he met Future, he was like, man, you my star, my idol, man. I started sipping codeine because you were sipping it. And Future was like, dang, really? I was joking, bro. And you doing it.
Wow.
And how many other people are influenced that way? They listen to Future talking about sipping drink and all these people talking about what drugs they do. And they don't even really do it. But we've received in our chamber of imagery and produced that fruit. We've done it. So All that stuff, everything you consume and you hear has an effect. You may not think it does, but it definitely does. And to the second part of that question, hearing people's private affairs. The scriptures tell us not to gossip. And it says if you hear the voice of swearing, you don't tell anybody, you bear that iniquity. If somebody lied about another person, you just hear like, what? He did what? Oh, word. And you don't do anything about it. If that's a lie, that iniquity is on you. You might as well have spread the lie too. And when the Most High comes and brings forth rectification and punishment on those that are wicked and vindication of those that are righteous, you better be ready to accept what the Most High has in store for you. Hearing people's business, personal business, is not saintly, is not what somebody with a perfect heart does. We must all be one. Look at David when the people were all of a peaceable heart. He was like, we're all together. We're all having fun. We're all enjoying these oblations and sacrifice. We're all one. There is no division, no enmity, no anger amongst one another. We are all one. But somebody that hears some gossip and just says, that's juicy, and you just keep that in your chamber of imagery and you don't do anything about it, once again, you're just as guilty as a person that spread it.
Especially if you know that person that's not a part of their character, you should say something. I don't know about all that.
Right.
I don't know. We have to look into that. I'll ask, but I'm not buying into that.
The scriptures say if there's a charge brought up against somebody, search it out diligently. That means it's not just I heard this from a little birdie. That means, okay, I heard it. Like you said, it's not really his character, so I'm not really going to act on that. I'm not going to think any otherwise about that person until I see some proof. You said he's a liar? Well, let me go see if there's a lie. No, all the stuff he says is true. Why would I believe you? You wicked. Hey, brother, this person said calling you a liar. I just want you to know. Or they thieves. Oh, they're a thief? Well, let me see if they stole something. Let me get some proof on that. What they steal? You got 2 or 3 witnesses? Oh, there's a violent person? You got 2 or 3 witnesses on that? You got 2 or 3 witnesses that he knuckled up and started fighting? Show me. Show me, and I'll believe you. Until then, you ain't got nothing, brother. This is how we should be when we hear gossip. I need facts. I need evidence. I need 2 or 3 witnesses. I need to diligently search this out. And once it's diligently sought out and it's found to be true, the person that brought it is awarded. But if it's found out to be false, and you brought a stain on somebody's name, oh, brother, we got a stone with your name right on it. Any questions?
Let me add on to that a little bit. We talked about in the Perfect Heart, Part 1, the 7 steps to a perfect heart. We talked about keeping the commandment is 1, keeping the testimonies is 2, 3 is keeping the statute, 4 is building a palace, a place of worship, 5, make provisions, 6, bless Abba Yahweh's holy name, 7 is to, as you said, enter into covenant, be perfect, and worship Abba Yahweh. But to this question, the third one is to keep statutes. And the statutes, there are a plethora of statutes dealing with gossiping, as you had just brought out. And I'll go to some of the wisdom of Sirach to actually talk about the order that the Most High expects for us. If I can get one of the priests to get Sirach, Ecclesiasticus, the 19th chapter and the 5th verse. Speaking of that verse, as you said, a lot of us comport our lives to the ways of the world, and we think we're Israelites. But in all intents and purposes, we are heathenistic. We are not Israelites indeed. As you said, we watch Wendy Williams and her juicy gossip while we listening to Tasha K gossiping about everybody, and we think that that's okay. We sit back and watch all of that, and our personality is conformed by it, is moved by it. But as Hebrews, we resisted that. We would look at somebody engaged in gossip, and we would call them a tale bearer. They are carrying somebody else's tale, and you would not want to be titled as that. Nobody would talk with you. There are rules to everything that we should do. And not engaging in hearsay and gossip is a level of maturity. Let's get that. Sirach 19, verse 5.
Oh, 19:5. Whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned. But he that resisteth pleasure crowneth his life.
And you said the right word. The operative word is juicy. And so you're resisting that juice. Who don't want to hear about what he did in the dark when nobody's watching? That's kind of like an innate thing in this primal flesh. But he who is wise and disciplined, knowing that that is a cancer, a malignant cancer, resist it. Go ahead and read on.
He that can rule his tongue shall live without strife.
As the scriptures say in Proverbs, he who can rule his own spirit is better than the mighty, better than he who can control or dominate a strong city. You have to be able to discipline your soul, meaning I'm going to abstain from that. Continue.
And he that hateth babbling shall have less evil.
So we talk about the complications in our lives. It's not always Hasatan, it's bad choices on your part. You engage in that juiciness, your credibility today is destroyed. That means you will have no success tomorrow. Continue.
Rehearse not unto another that which is told unto thee, and thou shalt fare never the worse.
Wow. Don't rehearse what this person has gossiped to you. Like I said, this is a norm amongst our people because we were born and bred in Babylon, in Egypt. And this is what the Babylonians and the Egyptians do. And this is what we did. Like the children of Israel going into Sinai, kept asking Moses to capitulate to their carnal desires that they experienced in Egypt. Now we keep asking the Heavenly Father to not help us, but allow us to continue to gossip when things don't feel right. Let's read on.
Whether it be to friend or foe.
Powerful. You may think it's okay to talk about your foes. Private business. That's not the case. When people start talking about these camp leaders, they may talk about somebody at IUIC, what the Thun did, or what Johanna did. I don't want to hear it. As Jared Dunn said, bring your 2-3 witnesses, and then we can talk about what Johanna did at ISUPK.
I don't want to cut you off, but that's perfect because there's been something circling around about, and this is the only time we'll name drop a camp. IUIC Nathaniel is something that talks about he's got X amount of millions in his bank account. I don't care.
Right.
That has nothing to do with whether he's righteous or wicked.
Bring your witnesses. Bring your witnesses.
That's that man's private affair.
Absolutely.
Leave it private.
You are breaking statutes, so you will never have a perfect heart because you are Babylonian and Egyptian indeed. You can say shalom all day, but out of that same mouth you blessed, you done talked about this man's private affairs.
Yeah.
Let's read on.
Whether it be friend or foe, talk not of other men's lies. And if thou canst without offense, reveal them not.
So if it's not something that you know, you hear cursing and it's verified, and you can without offense, just hold it. But if the brother committed an offense, okay, we got to go get the second witness. We got to go get the third. Go ahead and work a case against it. But we have to comport ourselves like the saints that the Most High chose us to be. Not like I said, the Wendy Williams. Look how bugged out she is. A lifestyle of gospel, the Most High got her loony as them damn cartoons from back in the 70s. She's gone because those things invoke spirits and they ruin your life. Continue.
For he heard and observed thee, and when the time comes, he will hate thee.
This is the person that you gossiped on. Don't try to win that person back. It's over. You could have came to him or her and said, hey, I heard this. You don't have to go and commune with somebody. You don't have to go and keep it under wraps for whatever. You go immediately and say, hey, somebody's talking about you. You need to go get that affair in order. Read on. And lastly, don't ever let anybody tell you, don't tell nobody.
Yeah.
But don't tell nobody. But if you don't want nobody to know, don't tell me. Because as soon as I stop talking to you, I'm going to go tell everybody. That's wickedness in the, they're already telling you. Because wickedness love to be in the dark. It love for you not to tell anybody so it can live. As soon as you bring light to it, you'll find out that he hated the person in the first place. He's spreading lies, trying to besmirch that man's character. Read on. Call a chapter and verse.
Ecclesiastes 19:10. If thou hast heard a word, let it die with thee, and be bold, it will not burst thee.
Continue.
A fool travaileth with a word as a woman in labor of a child. As a arrow is that sticketh in a man's thigh, so is a word within a fool's belly.
He said, hold that word. It's not going to burst your stomach. He said, as a woman with a child, that word coming out when you tell it to a fool. And like an arrow. Nobody just leaves an arrow in the leg when you get shot. It's coming out. That's the way of a fool. But he's telling us, whether friend or foe, discuss not other men's affairs. Let us be mature. Let us be grown saints. Let us not cause our own chamber of imagery to be stained by other folks' affairs. Proverbs 14:7 tells you to remove yourself from the presence of a fool. When you perceive out of their lips the words of foolishness and madness. So as soon as you hear, girl, yo, let me tell you, you out of there. Make tracks, move. Because they're bringing you into the cesspool that they're in as well. Finish that.
The 13th verse. Admonish a friend. It may be he has not done it. And if he have done it, that he do it no more.
Wow, that's it. It may be that he have not done it. And as Jared Dunn said, if he did do it, it's not our job to be engaged in all manner of juicy gossip. Hey, don't ever do that no more, man. What's your problem? You did that? You stole from that brother? Give that man his money back twice, twofold. And don't do that no more. Resist that. You need some money, come talk to me. That's the way of grown people. That's how we behave ourselves. Also, if you would, Priest Rasheen, give me Psalms 50, verse 17. These are the things that contribute to the staining of our chamber of imagery. And then we try to meditate and you see nothing because your actions preclude you from being a part of that holy assembly. The Holy Spirit shall not dwell in a body that's subject to sin. You can't be listening to Housewives of Atlanta all day, listening to the morning show on your local radio, and then listening to some Tasha K madness in the evening, and then, it's the lot of your whore rib? Let me engage and go to heaven. It doesn't work that way. Matter of fact, give me that Matthew 6 as well. I'm going to try to wrap this up real quick. Go ahead, Priest Rasheen.
Seeing thou hatest instruction and castest my words behind thee.
So he said these words about gossip, hearsay, innuendos, you don't like it and you cast it in the back of you and you go ahead and do it. We got people actively going around searching, seeing who they can spread lies to. Most strong people, I don't want to hear that. Can't say nothing positive, I don't want to hear it. But there are other people, word? For real? He didn't do that, did he? Shut it down. Read.
Verse 18. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest.
Check that out. When you saw the thief, take thief out of there. When you saw somebody gossiping, you consented with it. You didn't say stop, cease, and desist. You didn't do it. You just, you stole that. Word, what you steal? And the same thing, when they're gossiping, you just sat right there for real. Word. Read on.
And hast been partaker with adulterers. Verse 19. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thy own mother's son. Thou sittest and speak these things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Though thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself, but I will reprove thee and set them in order before thine eyes.
Most I say, you thought I was like you. You slandered the name of your own brother. And what comes to my mind quickly is David and Saul. David was a righteous man. Saul was seeking to kill him, but David would lay nothing to the Most High's anointed. And when a man did kill him, David slayed him and said, who are you to touch Saul? Even though Saul was his arch enemy. This is how we have to be, like David. We're in the covenant of David, the covenant of Adam. We must be like David. So-called Davidians, as they say. But we should be like that and carry it ourselves, because anything other than that is precluding you from entering into the first, second, especially the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh heaven. Get that in Matthew 6:23 real quick.
23. But if thine eye be evil, the whole body shall be full of darkness.
There it is. So if your eye, your chamber of imagery, be evil, gossip, innuendos, rumors is in it. You ever done went through it in Ezekiel 8, and the Most High don't see this? These brothers and sisters don't see this. Don't tell nobody. How can that come out of your mouth when the Most High is watching you? You must think he ain't watching you. Don't tell nobody. Like nobody's hearing this. Don't tell nobody. The Most High already heard it. Read on.
If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness?
If your chamber of imagery is dark and all the candlesticks are put out, how much darkness is in you? It cannot be measured nor quantified. That person will do any and everything. They are a vessel for Satan. Continue.
No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
You cannot say you love Abba Yahweh, who told you to refrain, control, limit the things you say. He told you this. And you go about and say, I got a free spirit. I say what I want to say. Then you're serving Satan. Period. Lastly, Acts 26:18 about that darkness, what darkness is. So the whole spirit, your whole consciousness is filled with darkness. So a great, excellent question. It stains your chamber of imagery. We're just talking about rumors and gossip and hearsay, but there's a plethora of things, a litany of things that you engage in that darkens your chamber of imagery, and you attempt to get in the oblation, and they never let you in. It's because you're not an Israelite indeed. You don't have a perfect heart. Walk through all 7 points and be blessed to worship Abba Yahweh. Read that when you get it, priest.
Acts 26:18. To open their eyes and to turn to them from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan unto Abba Yahweh, that they may receive forgiveness of sins and inheritance among them which are sanctified by faith that is in me.
So that darkness is anti-grace, anti-charity, mercy of the Heavenly Father. It is anti-forgiveness of sin. And it is our job to turn them from darkness to the light of forgiveness through trespass and sin offerings. So that darkness, if your whole eye is darkness, that means you got no forgiveness. You have given up on the sin offering. You have given up on the trespass offering. And this is the only way you can continue to walk in a way and a manner that is adverse, that pleases the Heavenly Father. It is adverse to honoring the Most High. And so the Heavenly Father looks down upon you and wink. And then he wink again. And he may not wink the third time. Wink means overlook. But he has to see some will, some progress, some movement. So they who gossip, gossip no more. Those who chide, chide no more. Speak not of other men's affairs. Kill it. We are not Americans. We are not Babylonians. We are not Egyptians. We are Nazarites of the nation of Israel in the covenant of David. And in our covenant, it is an abomination to engage in that kind of walk. You will be looked at as a heretic and an apostate, someone who don't believe in the Most High. Talking a great talk, but never walk the walk at all. Hand it back to the next question.
And I would add on.
Go ahead.
Just to bring a cap to that question real quick. In that Sirach 19:8, as it mentions, whether it be friend or foe, talk not of another man's lives, and if thou canst without offense, reveal them not. So this is not only just an offense to that person, but also an offense to Abba. If it's going to bring an offense to Abba, you have to bring it out. And that doesn't mean tell everybody. That means go to those that can do something about it. Go to the priest. There's been people that priest said, we need to uncover this matter. You're like, I told this brother, I won't tell nobody.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. Exactly. That is crazy. Brother is bringing some wickedness in, but yeah, I said, I'm not going to tell nobody.
That's the code of the streets. And
Exactly.
I always say that's the code of Satan.
Exactly. That's
Right.
Satan's code so that darkness can stay in darkness. When the priests are about to get a bright flashlight, I think with 20,000 lumens and shine it in the dark and uncover that stuff, and you saying, nah, I ain't going to help you with that. That's an abomination.
I promised the brother.
Yeah, I promise. Your promise is invalid.
Con.
Yeah, you made a promise to Satan. Break that joint.
That's it. Yeah. Somebody come to you and say somebody is stealing. Oh, that's a great offense, right? Thou shalt not steal. That's a major statute. Don't go tell nobody, though. You blast that thing with a megaphone, high, low, at the highest mountain, telling everybody, I heard that the priesthood be stealing. And then the priesthood is going to say, oh, wow, okay. Bring your witnesses.
Right.
Bring one person that said, or two people who said we stole something. Bring your facts. Bring your facts out. If you let that thing rest in the darkness, it's going to increase like nothing else but mold, bacteria, and mildew. That's why that stuff grows in the basement of the house. The basement is always dark. Damn, absolutely. But bring that thing to the sun. It start to fade away. Don't let your consciousness get infected with the sicknesses and diseases of these so-called Israelites. They're not Israelites in deeds, maybe in the flesh, but certainly not in actions and in deeds.
I want to bring out one more. James 1:26. I'll read it. If any man among you seem to be religious, as we mentioned, our religion, be Nazarite, to be those that were grafted in to come to that new altar. Back in the old covenant, only Levi could come to the altar. But now Judah can come. Issachar can come. This is the new religion. This is our religion, that of a Nazarite. So if any man among you seem to be religious and bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, that man's religion is vain. If you can't control what you speak, if you can't bridle your tongue and tell it, shut up, or tell it, now's the time to speak, your religion is vain. The peace offerings you offer are vain. Remember, the Most High said those offerings that they were offering in Isaiah's time were vain. You're offering these burnt offerings, your heart is not perfect. I don't want that. Most High says the same thing to those that are gossiping, that are chiding, that cannot control their speech. Your offerings, your peace offerings of your heart, Most High said, I don't want those. Fix that issue. Then you can offer those peace offerings of your heart and have a perfect heart. All right. Any other questions?
Con. Hold on 1 second. You was talking about how a rebellious child's mother, father, hands would be first upon them when they find them and engaged in wickedness. And that's coming back. And I believe Sister Barb J said, forget sparing the rod, bring us some rocks is the sentiment that will be upon the minds of the righteous, which is right on point. If you will, Micah Holler, go ahead and read the next question.
We got a question from Mykesha Harrison. You said, Shalom, priest.
Shalom.
You said, my question is in regards to last week's class, but ties in with this week's class, I believe. What if you have aught with a brother or sister, but trying to obtain forgiveness and mercy of Abba? Is it okay to just run to the oblations, or is it that you must get it right with them first? Is this what Christ spoke about in the wise of leaving your gift at the altar?
Good question, because there is some, I see a lot of people actually taking that and using it in a way that's not intended. I even knew people that used to be priests talking about, I can't serve at that altar because I got an ought with this brother, so I'm going to do the statute. That's not what it means. It doesn't mean you can abdicate your duty of giving oblation. It doesn't mean you can't give a sin offering. It doesn't mean you can't give a trespass offering. It means you can't give a sin or trespass offering on that specific offense until you brought to your brother. You can't steal something from your brother and then go to Abba and say, I stole this brother's watch. Abba, forgive me. And you still got the watch in your hand.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can atone for all the other wrong you've done. You can still gain the oblations, but the Most High will not forgive you on stealing from your brother until you go to your brother and rectify that. Brother, here's the watch, and the scriptures tell me to give you a fifth part unto it. Here you go. Here's a fifth part of that. The watch was worth $100. I'm giving you 20 on top of that because I stole it from you. Are we forgiven? We're good? All right, we're good. Now you go to Abba and make atonement for stealing his brother's watch. So it's not saying don't go to the altar, don't give up any oblations. It's saying don't try to make atonement for that wrong you've done right there when your brother is still offended about that specific issue. All praise. Any other questions?
Yeah, we have another question from Mykesha Harrison. She said, with the seventh covenant being the first heavenly covenant that Adam fell from, how is it that some men in the Bible were able to walk in the angelic covenant without being consecrated yet?
Well, remember we talked about the perfection? That's a good question. But how there were many people that were perfect in their generation. Even Noah talked about he was perfect in his generation. So he fulfilled his calling. He was whole. His mind was one with Abba even before that seventh covenant came. Look at Abraham. Said he didn't receive the promises, but he saw them and was persuaded and walked that walk accordingly. So many people are not necessarily coming in this time frame, in this 6 millennia, to receive this new covenant, but they were still perfect in their day. Abraham was perfect in their day. Enoch was perfect in his day. Even though he fell from, or he was in the covenant that Adam was in after he fell, he was still able to be taken up and brought into a heavenly covenant because he was perfect in the covenant he was given. So what we're talking about in these two classes, specifically last week's class, is that what the Messiah did was contrary to covenant to make us all like Adam once again. So everybody who walked in their covenant is going to receive that same reward. But everybody had to proceed on or pass a covenant of carnality on to their children. Noah, even though he's going to receive that promise, still had to pass on to Shem a covenant of physical worship. And Shem had to pass it on to his children. They had to pass it on down to Abraham. And Abraham had to pass it down on to Isaac and Jacob. We, Abba willing, will be the last covenant that has to deal anything with carnality, anything with physicality. So that's what it is. Hopefully that answers the sister's question.
We have something from Dexter Mitchell. He said, Shalom, Priest Jordan.
Shalom, Brother Dexter.
No question, just a comment. Comparatively speaking, a perfect heart, part 1 and part 2, met the same objective, but with different scriptures. Awesome. The water to the Most High power.
And that's a beautiful thing, because we can be on two different paths, but of the same spirit. You know, there's many routes to get to one location, but you all arrive at the same location. That's what we've been showing about these different prophets, how Jeremiah saw the same thing Ezekiel saw. Ezekiel saw the same thing Isaiah saw. Isaiah saw the same thing that John would see a millennia later. All these people were different people, but they all saw the same thing. And Isaiah wrote it one way. John wrote it another way. Ezekiel wrote it in another way. But you can see it, and it's all related to the same thing. So I was right on point that, Brother Dexter, you can see that there is no difference. There may be a brother may speak it one way, but every brother is on one accord. Every brother is in one spirit, and that indeed is perfection.
And I want to add to that. Don't take that what he just said and run with it, because you got Christians and Muslims and Buddhists saying we're all taking the same different routes to get to the same place. And Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism will not lead you to the oblations. So don't take that and run with it. I just want, because I've heard people say that, we're traveling in different paths, but getting to the same place. I even heard Oprah Winfrey say that, and you already know what she's all about. So don't take it and run.
That's right on point. I'm glad you mentioned that, because many people do that. They got interfaith meetings and councils. We're all Abrahamic faiths. No. Y'all Muslims believe that Abraham gave the blessing to Ishmael.
Yeah.
Where'd y'all get that from? Muhammad fought in 500 AD, went back and changed up what Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses wrote? Come on now. And you think we're all of the same spirit. No, that's not how it works. But two brothers can be of the same religion, of this Nazarite religion, giving up oblations. And one can be in the eastern porch, and one can be in the northern porch, seeing two different things, but engaged in teaching the same thing. That's how the spirit works. As you said, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity will not lead you to a true perfect heart, will not lead you to having peace offerings in your chamber of imagery.
Last question from Brother Hezekiah. He said, Shalom, priest, peace and blessings.
Shalom, Mak.
He said, heart means mind, right? why Israel don't believe in 7 covenant spiritual sacrifices?
Because they got the stony heart. They got the heart where they love carnality. They can't perceive the spiritual things. They want to see things happen in the flesh. They are sensational or sensual. They love to tantalize the senses instead of exercising the spirit. So much so you get all these weird doctrines coming up. You get a doctrine where people are trying to say that the southern states in the United States, that's Jerusalem. You see Bethlehem, Georgia? That's the real Bethlehem. You see Zion, Mississippi? That's real Zion. That's sensational. What does that do to you? All right, brother, go to Zion, Mississippi and build a temple and start giving up sacrifice. Do it. I dare you. I double dog dare you. Please do it, brother. And see what happens. All right. This is not what true spirituality is. Brothers are looking for something carnal to guide them. And that is nothing. These brothers have the stony heart, a heart where they love physicality, where they love the physical things rather than the spiritual things. And their heart will never be perfect if you're putting stock in the physical and not the spiritual. So unfortunately, that's why.
Con, I would add to that as well is because they're filled with sin. And they have absolutely no concern to what sin is. They go along with what the church have taught them. Sin is smoking cigarettes. Sin is doing bad. Once again, the collegiate level, the intellectual level of our Bible, they have not attained to it. And so they look for carnality. They look for that kindergarten thing, that kindergarten stuff. Once again, grabbing a corner, talking about, Pum Yashala, how we're going to be great, who head we cutting off. All of that stuff is like drawing in a coloring book when it comes to this spiritual journey that we're in. We're now on a PhD level of entering into the kingdom of the Most High. If I can get Priest Rashim to get Romans, the 7th chapter and the 20th verse, Romans 7, verse 20.
Now, if I do that, I would not. It is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me.
Paul is not copying out. He's not trying to put it off on something. He's literally trying to tell you what you will be going through, what we are going through. When we do wrong, it is not us. Be aware of that. Be adult. Be mature enough to know that it is something dwelling in me. And those who really, really love Abba, they know it's something in them because afterward they feel remorseful. They wish they never did it. They don't want to live anymore because they feel that displeasure that comes to Abba when you do these things. So Paul is saying it is no longer you. Disown that thing. It is something that dwells within you. And we talk about what that something is. It is that Genesis 4:7 spirit, that demon, that force that takes you over when you don't atone for what you have done. Continue.
Verse 21, I find then a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me.
Paul turns around and say, I find now rules that when I do good, where do you do good? In your perfect heart, your chamber of imagery. And typically when you do good, you find yourself emboldened and strong against sin. But he's saying that's not the case here. I find myself doing something extremely godly and righteous, but I find evil is right there watching me. How so? Read on.
Verse 22, for I delight in the law of Abba Yahweh after the inward man.
Exactly what Yaradun took us through. A perfect heart. I delight, I worship, I serve, I sing psalms of praise unto the Most High in the inward man, the inner man. That is your chamber of imagery, that perfect heart. That's where you give it up at. And when he said, I do good, I'm giving oblations. But in the flesh, I find wickedness out here, even in my flesh. Let's read.
Verse 23, but I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind.
There's something fighting against your perfect heart. And that is this physicality, this primal flesh that we find ourselves in, that we're praying that the Most High extract us out of. He's saying there's a war between my mind and this physical body. But what happened with the brothers in the camps? There is no war because their mind is dark. They're not giving up trespass and sin offerings, fighting against the proclivities of the flesh. And so they're taking over. And when they're taking over, Satan says, here's your marching orders. Go out there and rail on the street and think that it's good. Go out there thinking that you can go back to Jerusalem and that's going to be good. He gives them the marching orders, and all of it is blight, which is blemishing your credibility with Abba Yahweh. Read on. Read that again, actually.
But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members.
He's saying these trespasses and transgressions that my body get into try to bring my mind into captivity. How do you stay free? I give up oblations that make me free from sin. There is a delicate balance that must be done. At the very least, a balance. But at the most, your scales overweigh, or your oblations tilt the scales in righteousness in your favor. Continue.
Verse 24, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death?
He said how wretched of a predicament we find ourselves in. That we're always worshiping in the Heavenly Father in our chamber of imagery, but the flesh. Satan will say you worked on the Sabbath. Satan will say you ate pork and you didn't even know you ate it. Satan will tell in the court of the Most High everything you have done. He said, this is a wretched predicament. This is real wretched, I understand, but it is what it is until it ain't. Fight the good fight and don't give up. Read on.
Verse 25, I thank Abba Yahweh through Yahushua the Messiah, our Lord. So then with the mind I myself serve the law of Abba Yahweh.
He consent. He says, I thank the Most High for his grace, mercy, and charity, that I can get into the first lot of your Horeb, or the lots of your Horeb, Yediah. I can get into your Kim. I can get into Yeshua, Abiah. I thank the Most High for this grace. But this is what's used to destroy sin. I thank the Most High for this, that in the mind I can worship. Read on.
But with the flesh, the law of sin.
With the flesh, Satan is accusing me day and night. So if you don't strike that balance of offering up trespasses, what your flesh have done, then you find yourself in total darkness out in the street speaking some ludicrousness appertaining to salvation. And it's a myriad of it that never ceases, never ends. Like you said, the southern states, brothers be telling you that if you eat meat, you sinning. Veganism is going to bring you into the kingdom of heaven. We need to go back to Israel. All of these things is doctrine put out by the devil himself. Nobody is telling you to go claim your chamber of imagery. Purge it, clean it up, so that the Most High can put within you the Holy Spirit, chasing away the unclean spirits and putting it in you, the Ruach Kodesh, or the Ruach, to dwell within you and show you what is pleasing and what is good. That's it, priest.
God. If there's no more questions, we'll go ahead and get ready to close down the class. Lastly, I get you to get Deuteronomy 30, verse 6. And if Priest Hashim, you read that 1 Peter 1:13 again. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 6. Go and read whenever you get it.
Deuteronomy 30. And the Heavenly Father, thy Abba, will circumcise thine heart.
We must now be circumcised in heart. The time of trusting in a physical circumcision has passed. Doesn't mean don't do it. We must replicate the spirit in this flesh. But the key, most important part is to circumcise your heart. Your heart, your chamber of imagery must be in covenant with Abba to offer peace offerings and sacrifices. This is what even Moses himself charged us and warned us to do. Read on.
In the heart of thy seed, to love Abba Yahweh with all thine heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live.
That you, with all your heart and soul, can offer those peace offerings and have a perfect heart before Abba. Let's read that 1 Peter 1:13.
Wherefore, gird up the loins of your mind.
And once your mind is circumcised and in a covenant and offering peace offerings, protect it. Put on that armor of light. Get them sin offerings and the trespass offerings ready. Because Satan is coming and he's going to accuse you. And he's going to spit lies in your chamber of imagery. He's going to send tares amongst the wheat and make you think something that's not true. Make you believe a lie and destroy you so that he can fill your chamber of imagery with darkness. Circumcise your heart, offer peace offerings, and don't neglect to protect it. Gird up the loins of your mind. Read on.
Be sober and hope to the end for the grace that is to be brought unto you at the revelation of Yahushua the Messiah.
Be sober-minded. Don't be of double mind, seeing twain. Be of a single mind, a single heart. Don't be distracted from the things that are going on in the world and the false doctrines. Stay strong in these peace offerings, in these oblations. This is what made all these men from times before perfect. And don't ever doubt it or question it or try to change from it. David was perfect because of the peace offering. Abraham was perfect because of his oblations. Noah was perfect because of the oblations and sacrifice they gave, and the Messiah consecrated covenant in which we will be made like Adam again if we are found with these peace offerings in our chamber of imagery. With that, we'll close down the class. Peace and blessing be multiplied amongst all the saints. Shalom.
Shalom.
He who hath ears to hear, listen carefully as we speak virtue, reaching the world through the efforts of the priests, repairers of the breach, restorers of the paths, rebuilding the tents of David. Our home is found at last at the tabernacle of congregation, where we baptize and anoint our nation, performing oblations upon the brazen altar, walking in the ways of the appointed Savior with poise, escaping the noise from Satan and his poisonous nature. Without fail, he accuses the brethren, using his weapons of collusion, and then sin comes upon us. And we deserve it, to be honest. We were cursed, cause we honored and were worshipping the gods of this world and was living lawless. At first to the written law, without purpose and little knowledge, serving our wicked conscience. Thus, righteous judgment was handed down from the courts of the Most High. A sobering moment, but let's be holy and pure while we endure and ensure life comes forth. Let us hold tight, secure in our roles as we strive, adorned with our robes white and clean. It might seem like the loneliest road, but we stride in hope as the Most High reveals his ideals. And so we exercise patience as well as love, dwelling safe in the seventh covenant, graciously set the sustenance. Let us exemplify faith through hell and suffering, praying to quell the punishment, waiting on heaven's government to be established, as it was in the Garden of Eden, when Abba had breathed life into creation, and our forefather received the living word. No more are we called prisoners, we live and learn, and study to be approved as the sons of Yahweh, who were lovingly given rules to better build and preserve truth. The bricks surrounding the kingdom are the 7 pillars of virtue. This is a house of wisdom. Shalom.